go get Corey. Corey talking to Corey.
Who you want? I'll go to the left. This is number 2. Your camera 1. Number 1?
1. 2.
Are you currently on? I'm actually just on this section over here. It's the connection. So I've got to change it or it's really impressive. Oh no, we're going to go it'll be on if you jiggle that slightly. You can try the sound on the phone too. That's cool. Yeah, but listen to the sound. Because it's probably the kind of one. So it's just picking up me talking right now. We are live. So if you want to go back
Okay, we're on the day 2 of round 4 of the AAV track series, including state Keirin and Omnium championships.
You're not on 3, are you? No.
No, I forgot to grab one. I was ringing Kerry to bring me one, but she's not here. All right, our first event up today is the 12-lap graded scratch race. Really big field out there today, quite a mix of riders as well. A lot of the riders in this bunch don't have a championship, Keirin, to worry about later today, so I'd expect to see a bit of pace in this race. Day 2, everyone should be nice and warm and ready to rock and roll.
On bunch, it says it here.
Yeah,
On the bunch.
on the lead. So, on the lead,
All right, now first race runs off the fence, ready to go now.
all being looked.
Looks like Corey Bodington at the front there, followed by Maddie Smith and Ella Liang. Glenn Searle bringing up fourth wheel, followed by Ella Liang, Milan Bradshaw. Looks like Chris Mullins sneaking up the inside there, joining up towards the front of the line. And there goes the whistle, and this race is underway. 12-lap scratch race. And Corey turns the pace up a little bit straight away and then swings up off the front of the bunch. Maddie Smith swinging straight up. Ella Liang just pushing through with the turn. Looking over her shoulder and swinging up. A few gaps starting to form at the back of this bunch. But as the pace settles down, it's starting to come back together. Milan just dialing the pace back a little bit to something more suitable for her over 12 laps. And then Anthony Lane comes through. Nothing too hectic at the moment, but it's the first race of the day, so everyone will just take a bit to stretch the legs and decide how they want to race today. Belmont rider pulling a decent turn on the front there. He swings up off the front, and Jay Dorreboom rolls through with Victoria Smith on his wheel. Pace slowly starting to creep up at the moment. Victoria Smith just dialing it up a little bit there, just stretching out the bunch a little bit. You can see a few gaps forming there. A few people starting to panic at the back and move around the outside a little bit as they're worried there'll be a split. We've got 8 laps to go now, and the pace seems to be consistently on. Corey hits the front again, and he's just turning up. He's looking over his shoulder, and he wants to give everyone a test. Olivia Wright swings out. She doesn't want to chase down that engine out the front there. We've got a move coming down around the outside now, trying to bridge across to that gap. Jay Dorreboom's chasing after Corey at the moment, and he's followed by Chris Mullins. He's followed by Anthony Lane, and Ella Liang's bringing up the back there, and they're starting to get a fair gap here. Milan Bradshaw, nice and narrow, bridging across to that gap. So now we've got a big group on the front and a big split at the back. The back end of the bunch seems to be coming apart. And Maddie Smith trying really hard to get across that gap as well. She's following Josh Nixon. It looks like the front slowed down a little bit. They're going to make contact and the bunch is coming back together again. Split apart a little bit at the back, so you can see the paces on there a little bit. Corey's done some damage, which I think was exactly his aim. It all settles down again and everyone starts to have a look at each other. No one really want to do too much work now. They're getting towards the business end. The pace has completely come out of this race now. It's settled right down. Everyone's basically just resigned themselves to finishing this thing off with a sprint, and no one wants to go too crazy for the first race of the day. Maddie Smith swings up. Jay Dorreboom making a move around the outside there, but Corey hits the front again, and same thing as usual. Corey just stands out the saddle and puts the hammer down, and he's determined to pull this bunch apart and see if he can just win it solo. Anthony Lane going after him. Milan Bradshaw and Chris have swung up, and the bunch is just splintered apart again. Corey's starting to go around some lap riders. Anthony Lane's coming after him, but they've only got 2 laps to go, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to bring Corey back. The gap's only getting bigger. Anthony's chasing, but he's fading big time. Josh Nixon coming after Anthony. Ella coming after him. Jay coming after him. But Corey is miles out in front, and he's just putting the hammer down, and he's got this thing under control. Now it ups for the sprint. Here comes Ella Liang. She's trying to mow down Anthony Lane. Jay Dorreboom on her hip, followed by Josh Nixon, followed by Chris Mullins. And there's Corey coming across the line. He's got this thing won. Now to the sprint at the back. Who's going to get this between Ella and Anthony Lane? And Ella comes over the top of Anthony Lane for second place. Anthony behind Ella, followed closely by Jay Dorreboom. And then just pieces of the bunch coming through. You can see the carnage caused by Corey in this buck race. Our next event up on the track will be the under 15 and under 15 women's and men combined. Omnium scratch race. So the Omnium event is a race made up of 4 events, and the first event being the scratch race. So in this race, we'll have Bo Morfitt, Matilda Kemps, Adele Dixon, Georgia Dowling, Winter Bradshaw, Isla Tompkinson, Hannah Gigorio, Patrick Richardson, Felix Henderson, Ethan Lee, and Seb Uri. This should make for an interesting mix of racing. It'll be a much larger field than it would have been if the men and women were split, so that'll completely change the dynamic of the race. Gives a lot more shelter to some people when they're tired, so it may inspire them to actually push a bit harder in this first race than they normally would. And the under-15s roll out onto the fence now. A bit of traffic at that gate as the previous race wants to come down. Big day of racing today with the Omnium. 4 events make up the championship race. And it was a big night yesterday with Keirin, so some people will be tired after last night's racing, and a few people would have treated last night as a warm-up for today. And they've rolled off the fence, rolling around, waiting for the commissaire's whistle to signify the race is officially underway. Seb Uri leading them out, followed by Georgia. He swings up straight away. Georgia comes through to the front. She's followed by Patrick Richardson. Ethan Lee's behind him, followed by Winter Bradshaw, Adele Dixon, Hannah, and then Isla. Georgia just flicking the elbow there and swinging up, wanting someone else to do a turn. No one really willing to push hard under and drive that pace through at the moment. Seb just squeezing up onto Georgia's wheel in case someone decides to attack. He's got a wheel to run after. Ethan coming through now. He slightly lifts the tempo, but it's a big day in Omnium, and the scratch race is the first of many races. So these guys are just taking it nice and easy at the moment. No one's really wanting to push too hard. They're just going to, at the moment, roll a bit of tempo until later in the race. Ethan's sitting on the front for a really long period of time. He's obviously very comfortable with that pace, so he's just happy to sit there and roll a pace that suits him. And if anyone else wants the race to be faster or slower, they're going to have to actually get around him and dictate terms. Everyone else in this bunch is just happy to sit behind Ethan and let him do this long turn. He's just swung up now. He's given a flick of the elbow. There's a bit of movement at the back. Looks like a bit of nervous energy there. Everyone's waiting for something to happen, but nothing's happening quite yet. Felix on the front doing a long turn. He swings up now. I can see Patrick Richardson moving forward. He looks like he's maybe considering doing something, but he sits back down. Hannah pulls through at the front. She gets a little bit of a gap. Adele fills that gap, and they're off the front. And it's nothing intentional. There's just someone wasn't paying attention and let the gap form. Ethan pulling the rest of the bunch back up onto these 2 girls. It's quite a long turn from Hannah there, but she swings up gently, and Adele pushes through. The rest of the pack seem happy to mark Hannah's wheel at the moment. They want to force these 2 girls to the front. We've got 7 laps to go, so there's still a fair way in this race, just shy of 2 kilometres. Which on a velodrome with little gears can be quite a long way. That's why no one's really willing to turn on the pace yet. Georgia Dowling wanting it to be a bit more tempo than it has been so far, so she comes over the top and slots onto the front and just lifts the pace up a little bit. Georgia Dowling normally favours a bit more of a fast race. She doesn't like to just dawdle around, so every time it drops off, you can expect to see her pick it up if someone doesn't beat her to the punch. Everyone content now just to sit behind Georgia and just let Georgia sit on the front. We've got 5 laps to go now, so Georgia's probably not going to want to sit out there too much longer. She's looking over her shoulder, but Patrick just sitting on the hip now, not allowing Georgia to swing up, but she's got nowhere to go while someone's above her. So she'll increase the pace in a second and try and get off the front of that bunch. But Ethan's coming around the outside now, elbows bent like a sprinter doing a flying 200, nice and aero. And he's not particularly making a move. Everyone just seems to be wanting to be at the front, but no one wants to actually dial up any pace. They're bunching up nice and tight at the moment. And we've got a kilometre to go, and everyone's just already lining up for the sprint and trying to jostle for position. So they've got a long way to go before they really need to be doing this. So we'll see if anyone tries to launch an attack and break up what's happening here and stretch the bunch out. Ethan moving around the outside again. There's more swelling and movement in the bunch, but no one really wanting to attack. Everyone's looking at each other, and there's a lot of movement at the back. And now, as I say that, Patrick starts to push the pace around the top a little bit, and then he sits down, but Ethan decides he's going to counter that, and he's going to launch the move now with 2 laps to go. He's got a really clear gap. He's motoring away from them. Patrick's trying to come after him. Adele's on Patrick's wheel. Felix coming around the outside with Winder on his wheel, but there is a massive gap to Ethan Lee at the moment, and I don't think these bunch can close him down. Felix has now come through to the front, followed by Winder, followed by Patrick, followed by Adele, but they are not going to bring Ethan Lee back. Felix is leading the charge after Ethan, but none of them are going to get there. Patrick's coming up behind Felix, followed by Adele, followed by Winter, and it's nothing close on the line there. It was Felix in second place and Patrick in third, followed by Adele Dixon. So a really sedate first race in that Omnium. No one really wanted to commit to anything until that final 2 laps when Ethan went for it, and a great move by Ethan there. Now coming onto the track, we have the under-17 women's Omnium scratch race, and this field will consist of Ava Robbins, Sienna Goulding's on the list, but I don't see her on the track, so it'll be Ava Robbins, Hannah Walters, Maddie Douglas-Savage, and Elise Vaughan. And there goes the whistle, and the race is underway. These under-17 women have a 20-lap scratch race. It'll be interesting to see how this race unfolds. Again, with the Omniums, some fields, they go out hard in the first race of the day, and then they pay for it in the point score. And other fields, they just choose to take it nice and easy. There's only 4 of them out there, so it'll be very interesting to see if anyone wants to try and tear this bunch of 4 apart and risk having tired legs at the end of the Omnium at the end of the day. At the moment, they're just rolling pace. Everyone's just rolling through short, sharp turns. They've still got 18 laps to go, so it's a long way to go. Ava out there in the green and gold colours as the reigning national champion in this event. Hannah Walters on the front, just taking a nice easy turn. Maddie Douglas-Savage swings up straight away. So Maddie pretty much is a track sprinter. She's chosen that to do track sprinting. That's what she invests in the sport. So you won't see her do a lot of very long turns in these long endurance races, but you will see what she can do in the Keirin. So everyone just dying through, and there goes Hannah Walters now, out of the saddle, attacking like we saw last night. Hannah and her brother, they're very keen on keeping bike races fast and putting the herd on everybody. Hannah swings up now. Ava rolls through, but she just keeps the pace going at the moment. She hasn't let that pace back off. Ava swings off now. Elise Vaughan comes through to take over control of the front of the race. Hannah just sitting a little bit off the back there, keeping an eye on the others and seeing what's going to happen. We've got Maddie DS on the front now, and she dials the pace back because she won't want a fast bike race for 20 laps. Ava gets to the front again, and she just gently increases the pace back to a good tempo. At the moment, they're all content just to roll turns. No one really pushing it super hard at the moment. 13 laps to go. It's a fair way to go. You're not going to launch an attack here at the moment. If you do anything, it's just to test the legs of your competition. Maddie swinging off the front. Elise popping on the back of Hannah again. And Ava just increasing the pace ever so slightly as she gets to the front. She wants to make sure this race has some tempo in it. Hannah Walters on the front again, followed by Elise, followed by Maddie, followed by Ava. And she just swings up after a half lap. This bunch is back to just rolling a pace line at the moment. No one really willing to do anything too crazy at the moment. Maddie swings up nice and high and drops back onto the back again. Ava just rolls through. So for such a small group, they're actually rolling a fairly decent tempo. Everyone's getting their nose in the wind. Elise Vaughan on the front now. She looks over her shoulder, and then that's enough for her. She's pulled a quarter lap turn. Maddie Douglas-Savage rolls through again. 20, 30 metre turn there, swings up nice and high and just drops onto the back there. Ava's on the front again. Ava will pull a nice long half lap turn. She swings up nice and high now. Hannah on the front again. We're inside 10 laps to go now. So I would expect at some point that we might see someone make a ditch effort to get away and see if they can test the legs of the other riders. And if that fails, then I think it'll come down to a bunch sprint. And Ava just turns the dial up a little bit again when she hits the front. Everyone just sort of looking at each other now. We're getting to the point where someone's going to want to test the legs of the others soon, I think. And Hannah just dials the pace up a little bit again too. Quick look over the shoulder and up she swings. Elise Vaughan hits the front now. And Elise Vaughan swings off. Maddie DS pushing through now, and then she's going to swing up. And then Ava's on the front again. Maddie and Ava making great use of the bank when they swing off from their turns. They swing nice and high, and then they just let the bank do the work for them as they drop back down on the wheels. Hannah's swung off now. Elise Vaughan there, head down and putting some pressure on the pedals, keeping that tempo going. Ava comes through again now. We're coming down to 5 laps to go. We're nearly at a kilometre to go now. So in the last race of the kilometre to go, we saw everyone just bunch up and looking at each other, waiting for someone to do something. I think these guys are just going to roll tempo until it's time to sprint. Hannah's swinging up at the moment. Elise taking control of the front of the race again. A short, sharp turn, flick of the elbow. Maddie DS comes rolling through. Ava hits the front again, and the pace is just dialing on. They're just riding pace line tempo at the moment. Three laps to go now. We're really heading towards the pointy end, so these girls will be starting to look at each other, starting to size up how far they want to take the sprint, trying to figure out if they can take it long or if they should take it short. Everyone there will be wanting to probably take Maddie DS by surprise after her performance in the Keirin last night, rather than let her dictate the pace of this race in a sprint. But we'll see what happens. We've got 2 to go now. Ava's on the front. She's looking over her shoulder. She swings up. Hannah swings up. Elise swings up. Maddie's DS is left down the bottom now. They're nearly 4 abreast. And here comes the move from Ava Robbins, which we've been waiting for this move to come, and at a lap and a half to go, she just opens the throttle, puts the hammer down, and I'm not sure these ladies are going to be able to get her back. She has a massive gap at the moment. They're coming after her with everything she got. Hannah Walters is coming around the outside of Elise Vaughan. Maddie DS is trying to go with Hannah Walters. She can't quite hang on to Hannah's wheel at the moment, but Ava has got heaps of boards between her and the other women, and Hannah Walters second, Maddie DS third, and Elise Vaughan fourth. And that was our under-17 women's scratch race in the Omnium. So the first race of the Omnium is often pretty sedate. Everyone's just testing their legs and seeing what their competition looks like. Up next on the track, we've got the scratch race for the under-17 men's Omnium. Now this race may be a very different race to the last two races. You'll see the under-17 men tend not to play around. They tend to get out there and test each other from the word go, making their Omniums extremely difficult. In this bunch, we've got Cruz Kemps, Oliver Jordan, Flynn Larkins, Hunter Davis, Riley Dixon, Cam Franks, Bryn McDonald, Oscar Winchester, Oliver Uri, Harrison Dowling, Harley Bradshaw, Vince Bell, Max Edwards, Flynn Jensen, Henry Velasquez, Aidan Parslow, Jacob Cork, Max Pocock and Elliot King. This is a really, really big bunch out there compared to the last two bunches we've seen. So that really mixes up the dynamic of how the race should unfold. A lot of these young men raced last night, some of them quite hard in the Keirins, and whether the Keirins took a toll on them last night or not will affect how the racing goes. But I would expect to see these guys go out and pretty well try to put the herd on each other in the first race. The first half of it will be a little bit sedate, and then once their legs are stretched out a little bit and the nerves are gone for the day, we should expect to see the pace ramp up. Oliver Uri on the front now, followed by Cruz Kemps. Ollie swings up, Cruz rolls through. Flynn Larkins on his wheel with Harley behind him. Cruz flicks the elbow and swings up. Flynn just gentle rolls through. He's going to swing up in the second, then Harley will come through as well. Very big bunch there. It's strung out in a single line at the moment, even though the pace isn't on. They're just rolling turns. In a bunch this size, if you're at the back and someone decides to turn the pace on and the bunch splits apart, it could be really dangerous for you. So you can see now with the pace off, people are starting to try and move up and people are moving back, but they don't want to go to the very back of the bunch. So that leads to the effect where they're spread out across the track 2 or 3 wide because they don't want to be caught out when the pace comes on. Riley Dixon on the front at the moment. He swings up. Cam rolls through for his turn. Just putting some pressure on the pedals and flicking the elbow. Oscar Winchester comes to the front. Very short turn from Oscar. Flynn Larkins takes over the front of this race again. All very sedate at the moment. Everyone just trying to figure out how their legs feels and how much effort they want to put into the first race of 4 for the day when it's a championship event. Cruz hits the front. He starts to lift the pace a little bit, and there's a couple gaps forming in the bunch there. You could see a bit of surging around the outside as people realise the pace is dialed up and they want to make sure they're not caught out. So they're starting to move up and hunt for wheels that they want, wheels that they think are reliable and places that are safe so that they don't have to work too hard to come after this if it all happens. OJ just swinging off the front there. Max Pocock on the front now, doing a nice short turn. Ryder on the front now is starting to really ramp the pace up, and that's starting to stretch the bunch out. There's a few gaps forming there now as the pace comes on. And this rider's doing a really, really long turn. He's really, really ramping the pace up. I hope he realises he's got this race and 3 others as long as it to get through today. And he finally swings up, and Harrison Dowling comes through, and I thought he might be going to push the pace a bit more, but he swings up. Oliver Uri swings up as well. Flynn Larkins coming through underneath, and the pace settles down again. Flynn swings off the front. Bryn comes through for his turn. He swings up immediately. OJ swings through. Someone swung out a second wheel there, and OJ's actually got a bit of a gap there by accident. It's all nestled down again now, so that there was a bit of a test of the legs there just to see where everyone's at, and everyone kept up and everyone's all back together. Riley just turns the pace up a little bit, and you could see a bit of a reaction in the middle of the field. Still a bit of nervous energy towards the rear of that bunch. You could see people floating around and moving up and down, and their heads looking around as they wonder who's behind them and who's in front of them and where should I be. And it settles down again. Now the rider we saw pick the pace up before, he hits the front again and he just turns the pace up straight away. Stretching it out, there's gaps forming here, there, throughout the bunch, but they're all going to dial back together fairly safely. And he's really pushing the pace there on this one. He's got them stretched out in one long line. There's a rider off the back just struggling to hang on at the moment. He's just got to fight because this pace will come off again and he'll be able to slot back onto that field. And as I say that, a few riders swing off and the pace seems to settle back down again. We've got 2 kilometres to go in this race at the moment now, so if anyone's in the mood for it after last night's race, and you should see some attacks coming soon, and if they don't, we'll be down to a really rapid bunch sprint. A few riders swinging up there, and Oliver Uri finds himself with a gap of about 5 metres. He swings up. Vince Bell's sitting high, out the saddle like he may want to go, but he looks around and sees where everyone is and just settles back down. The pace is really off now, and the bunch is starting to really clump in that midsection to the rear. No one really wanting to put any hurt on their legs at the moment. They just want to get to that sprint and see how they feel. And the rider's been turning the pace on again. He's got a bit of a gap and he's decided to stand up and go. And he's got a decent gap and no one really chasing at the moment. There's 6 laps to go, so it's about 1.5 kilometres. And he's got a decent sized gap. The riders in that field can turn the pace on when they really want to, but you should never risk letting anyone get too far, too late in the race. And he's got a decent gap. He's looking around. Oh, and we have a fall towards the back of the bunch. Okay. So Elliot King's still got a gap. There's riders down, but they're on the duck board. The race is still underway. This bunch is trying to catch him with 1 kilometre to go. They look like they've got themselves together now, and they're closing that gap fairly rapidly now. 3 laps to go. It's getting to the business end of this bike race. Both those riders are standing up. They look okay. And the bunch is slowed right down again if they caught that breakaway. 3 laps to go and everyone's bunched up together. They're spread out all across the track and there's bodies going everywhere as they decide where they want to put themselves for this final sprint. 2 laps to go. The pace is going to come on now. And there's Harrison Dowling around the outside with the move, but OJ just looks over his shoulder and checks him and he picks up the pace as well. Now they're pace matching each other at the front. We've got Riley Dixon coming through trying to follow Harrison Dowling. Cruz Kemps is behind Oliver Jordan and he's boxed in there. Flynn Larkins is behind him. He's boxed down the bottom. OJ's just driving this pace. Cruz Kemps is following him through. Riley Dixon is following him through. Harrison Dowling doesn't quite have the legs. Jacob Cork is there, followed by Flynn Larkins and Bryn. OJ and Cruz neck and neck all the way to the line. The Cruz is rolling over the top. Cruz gets it. Riley rolls over the top for second. OJ in third. Then Hunter Davis, in fourth, followed by Flynn Larkins and Harrison Dowling. And what an absolute turn of pace from Cruz there at the end. Everyone there just happy to get that first one out the way and stretch their legs. Up next, we'll have the under-19 women and elite women combined Omnium scratch race. This is a 30-lap scratch race. As before, it is part 1 of 4 events that make up the Omnium. And in this bunch, we'll have Jackie Mengler-Moore, Madison Taylor, Ella Whitehouse, Megan Russell, Gabrielle Tomaz, Eden Sealy-Cunnington, Sienna Monteith, Bella Potts, April Paddy, and Grace Hunter. And what a field that is. This is... There's going to be some very interesting racing throughout the Omnium in that field. We may have a bit of a delay before this race starts after that last fall. I think the commissaires are calling for sandpaper, which means they've just got to do a bit of a quick repair to the track where the impact was during the fall. So we may have to wait a little bit there. When you get these big bunches with a lot of nervous energy, especially in the first race of the day for an Omnium, there's a lot of shuffling, a lot of surging, and sometimes it just takes a second to be in the wrong spot in your front wheel to touch another wheel, and you go down quite easy. All right, so the officials are just carrying out some repairs to the track at the moment. The under-19 and elite women's just lined up on the fence, patiently waiting. It's always the worst when it's the first event of the day when you've got to wait, because you just want to get it out of the way. Later in the day, if these sorts of things happen, no one really minds, because it's just a bit more rest time when the legs are a little bit fatigued. And it looks like they're getting the thumbs up to go now, so they're all rolling off the fence now. A good sized field here, a lot of talent in there. Good to see Madison Taylor back on the Velodrome. Haven't seen much of her at the track lately. One of the co-founders of the Women's Development Cycling Initiative, which is that nice purple kit you see out there. We mentioned them last night when Bella Potts won the Keirin, and all the good work they've done for women's cycling in Australia. And good to see a good squad of them getting out on the Velodrome as well. So Jackie swings off the front right now, and Sienna pushes through with Maddie on her wheel. And Sienna just starts dialing the pace up immediately. It's not high, but she's making it very clear that she wants a nice tempo bike race today. Maddie keeps that pace going. Jackie's on her wheel, followed by Eden. April's there as well, followed by Grace. Maddie swings off nice and high. Jackie rolls through for her turn, actually forms a little bit of a gap. Nice long turn there from Jackie, and she's just sitting on the front, and as I say that, she swings up. Eden comes through for a turn, and they're just dialing a nice bit of tempo at the moment. The pace just staying fairly consistent, and fairly long turn there from Eden. April comes through now. She's looking over her shoulder, and she swings up off the front, nice and high as well. Both ladies going to the back and just parking themselves on Jackie's wheel. There's no... all the wheels in this bunch are good solid wheels as well, so there'll be no one really at this part of the race trying to fight their way in anywhere. Everyone will just be rolling through, just going straight to the back. And Gabrielle comes to the front. She just turns the pace on a little bit now, travelling all the way down from Cairns. That looks like Megan Russell on the front at the moment. So Megan Russell, new to track, I believe maybe she's ridden here once, and she's ridden on the Rockhampton Velodrome, and I think that's the extent of Megan's experience. Megan's got a massive engine though, so it'll be exciting to see what she does on the Velodrome. Maddie swinging off the front again. Jackie rolling through. Pace just staying fairly consistent, just rolling pace line tempo at the moment. They've still got 24 laps to go, so a long way to go in this race. Jackie swings up. Eden stands up out of the saddle and decides that she wants to put a little bit of pace on there, so she just increases the pace at the moment. Couple gaps forming towards the back end, but it'll be nothing too serious. So Eden's just lifting that pace a little bit, putting a bit more tempo on. Doing a really long turn on the front this early in the bike race, but she's swung up now. April swings up. Grace comes to the front, and Grace just keeps that pace rolling. No real nervousness in this bunch at all. Everyone just riding tempo very comfortably at the moment. Everyone looks confident in where they are and what they've got to do. Megan Russell on the front again. Flicks the elbow and swings up. Sienna swinging through now for her turn. And the pace has just settled back down a little bit at the moment. Madison Taylor, hits the front now. She's followed by Jackie. Jackie turns the pace up a little bit again now. They've still got 21 laps to go, so they're basically coming to the distance of the under-17 race at this point. Eden Sealy-Cunnington rolling through for her turn. And Jackie looking like she wants to move up around the outside a little bit, so I don't know if she wants to move or if she thought a move might be coming just then. We're starting to get a second line moving around the outside now, so now it's getting to the point where there's starting to be people thinking about hitting it up or what wheels they want to be on. You can see there you're getting two rows forming and people are kind of jostling for position, so it indicates there might be a little bit of action happening in this race soon. But it all seems to have settled down again at the moment, and it's back into a tempo pace line. Jackie on the front again, has a good look over the shoulder and then just decides to keep turning the pedals on the front at the moment. She swings up now. Gabrielle comes through. Gabrielle's followed by Sienna. Sienna just keeps dialing the pace away. And Jackie forcing away into third wheel there, so she really wants to stay towards the front of this bike race. I mean, when you see Sienna Monteith coming towards the front, it's probably a good idea to be towards the front because Sienna does have a habit of just running straight off the front of the bunch or tearing the bunch apart. And it's nearly halfway through the race now, so someone might get itchy feet at some point, decide they want to run with it. Eden swinging off the front, April coming through for her turn at the moment. The pace is starting to dial up a little bit. No attacks as such, but you can just see the tempo's gone up a little bit. Bella Potts on the front again. Ella Whitehouse coming through for her turn. Swings up. Gabrielle Thomas coming through. Sienna's there in second wheel again. Followed by Madison Taylor, followed by Jackie Mangler-Moore. Jackie really doing a lot to ensure she's at the front of this bike race a lot. She does not want to be caught out down the back. That's very clear. Madison Taylor swings off the front and Jackie's on the front again. Jackie rolling through, followed by Megan Russell. Jackie swings up. Megan Russell pushes through underneath. Just gets a little bit error and starts dialing the turn on the front. Eden Sealy-Cunnington on the front again. And they're back. It's all calmed down now. They're just back to rolling pace line again. April swings up, followed by Grace. Jackie's just slotting in the second wheel, and she's on the front of the bike race again now. Followed by Bella Potts, followed by Ella Whitehouse, followed by Sienna Monteith. Behind them, Gabrielle Tomaz. Madison Taylor trying to squeeze in there, followed by Megan Russell and Eden. 12 laps to go now, so that's 3 kilometres left to go in this race. The pace looked like it was starting to build, and now it's backed off again. They're starting to spread out across the track. A few people jostling around for positions at the moment, so everyone trying to make gaps and fill gaps, and there's starting to be a sort of energy in the race where people seem to be worried that something's going to happen and someone's going to go. So they're trying to get themselves in a good position, and they jostle for it, and then nothing happens. Eden swinging up now. April swinging up, Ella Whitehouse coming through. Then there's a train on the outside of the inside train there. Bella's coming to the front, followed by Sienna and Gabrielle. Then you got on the outside of them, Jackie and Madison and Megan. Grace just sitting a little bit off the back. Eden just sitting a little bit off the back. April just sitting a little bit off the back. Pace looks like it's starting to lift a little bit now. Just calmly lifting, but lifting. Jackie doing another solid turn on the front at the moment. She's followed by Gabrielle. And she swings up, but she doesn't swing high. She looks like she wants to stay at the front. I can see Sienna Monteith sitting on the outside there as well, followed by Bella. And she just ducks in behind Eden at the moment. Madison swings off the front, letting Megan have a turn. A lot more time and care has been taken into going back on the wheels, and people are coming back from the front now. They're not just going straight backwards and dropping in. They're looking around. They're sitting high for longer. They're dropping down, and then just being more considered about where they're positioning themselves in this bunch. We're down to 7 laps to go at the moment. And unless something happens and at 4 or 3 laps to go, I think this thing might come down to a bunch sprint. No one really testing the waters with attacking today either. No one really wanting to test the legs of the other riders at this point. So Bella's got a little bit of a gap there inadvertently, but Sienna will shut that down fairly fast. Sienna coming through for a short turn, but you can see she dialed the pace up a little bit there, so they really want to keep this tempo rolling. We've got 5 laps to go now, and I think this bunch is just going to tempo roll straight into a sprint. Gabrielle trying to turn the pace on a little bit there. She swings up. Ella follows her through. Ella swings up. Jackie swings up. Eden comes through underneath just to do her turn, and everyone's starting to sit high. There's a lot of movement in that bunch. People trying to find a good position, find who they want to be with, find who they think's going to go. Eden pulls a nice long turn there, keeps the bunch back, gets the bunch back on track. They're stretched out in the line again. Jackie's on the front again, followed by Madison Taylor, followed by Sienna Monteith. We're coming down to 2 laps to go now, so this race is going to finish in a sprint. There won't be any wily attacks here, I don't think. The pace will just dial up and the sprint will get underway. So we've got Jackie on the front now, and I expect that Jackie will basically just try and lead this into the sprint. Bella's moving around the outside though. She's followed by Ella. Jackie hasn't responded yet, but here comes Sienna, and here comes Madison Taylor, and Sienna comes flying her out the outside, and she's put a massive gap into him. Now she's getting chased by Bella Potts. Bella's getting chased by Megan Russell. Maddie Taylor trying to come after them. Ella on the outside there. So Sienna's going out. Bella's trying to challenge Sienna. They're coming up to the line, and Bella gets over on the line. Bella, Sienna, and then Megan Russell, followed closely by Madison Taylor. Next up on track, we've got the under-19 men's Omnium scratch race, another 30-lap scratch race. This field contains Lachlan Walters, Zach Douglas Savage, William Holzberger, Cal Bunzil, Felix Crossman, Samuel Hilditch, George Tucker, Oscar Schoff, and Rory Fisk. Now, this is another one of those fields where it could go either way. They could take it nice and easy because it's the first race of an Omnium, but there's a few names in that field that I know full well just can't help themselves and will probably want to attack, will probably want a fast race, and will probably want to see if they can do it before the sprint. So they roll away now. Looks like Zach on the front, followed by Felix, followed by Lockie, followed by Will. Oscar Schoff there at number 40. I didn't recognise him in that kit. So Lockie swings off the front, Will swings off. Oscar just soft pedals through and he swings off as well. Sam coming through to the front now, and they're just basically warming up into their bike race at the moment. No one willing to put any serious pressure on those pedals at the moment. Zach coming through on the front again. He starts to move the pace up a little bit so they can start to get to a nice rolling tempo. George Tucker hits the front and he swings up. Lockie on the front again, tucking nice and aero there like that, just keeping the tempo rolling. William Holzberger coming through, and then Oscar Schoff coming through. So Oscar, I believe, has landed a contract in Europe next year to ride on the road over there, so congratulations to him. Zach swinging up again, Kale coming through now. Rory swings up, Felix comes through to take control of the front of the race and just keeps the pressure on the pedals. A nice steady tempo going at the moment, but nothing too insane. No one's really willing this early to hurt themselves. Lockie hits the front again, George taking nice short turns, and Lockie's going to do a nice long turn, keep the pace rolling. And as I say that, Lockie swings up, William swings up, Oscar on the front again. So not a lot happening at the moment, but still 24 laps to go, and all these young men are just basically going to roll tempo for a while. No one is going to go too crazy this early. It's just not tactically wise in an Omnium. But I do expect later on the race someone's going to try and see if they can stretch the legs of the other riders out and get a gap. Maybe even try and form a little group in a breakaway like we saw yesterday in some of the bunch races. 23 laps to go, and it's all pretty sedate so far. Just rolling the pace line. Kale swinging off the front there. Rory Fisk nice and high, making his way to the back of the bunch. George hits the front again, and he comes up basically straight away. Oscar rolls through for a short turn. He swings up. Lockie's back on the front again. Lockie followed by Sam. Nice short turn there from Lockie. Nice short turn from Sam. So they're all just rolling quick, short, sharp turns. Just keeping that pace line rolling. We're spread out a little bit across the track at the moment. No one really wanting to commit to a long turn. No one wanting to do a decent turn it up to a fast turn of pace at the moment. Everyone just rolling through quick, short, sharp turns. Fairly sedate pace for a field of this calibre. We're not quite at the halfway point yet at the moment. And Felix Crossman starts to dial the pace up a bit now, and it's stretched the bunch out a little bit. Rory comes through and he keeps the pace going. Kale comes through, short turn, but they keep the pace going. So the pace has dialed up a little bit over the last lap now. They're starting to put a bit of pressure on, test out each other's legs. Georgie Tucker swinging off the front there. Lachlan hitting the front, getting nice and narrow and just keeping that pace going. Not quite ramping it, but just keeping it up. Sam swings up. Oscar gets to the front, keeps the pace going. Oscar swinging up now. Zach coming through and just pushing that pace a little bit further at the moment. He swings up. Felix is happy to keep that pace going. He swings up as well. Rory coming through to the front. He swings up. So the pace is higher now. Turns are still fairly rapid, but the pace is higher. Sam swings off the front. Lockie takes over again. Lockie kind of sits up at the moment. He's not really willing to keep the pace that high at the moment. Sam and Lockie dropping down to the back. Oscar coming back to grab their wheel, and Rory coming through for his turn on the front again. We're at the halfway point in this race at the moment, so we may see some pace start to happen soon, or some moves start to happen. Short turn from Will, short turn from George. Lockie rolls through. He has a look over the shoulder and swings up. Sam comes onto the front and he swings up. Oscar comes through, turns the pace up a little bit and swings up. Zach follows him up the track and Felix comes through again. The pace is starting to come out of this race again now. Everyone settles down. Everyone's starting to have a bit of a look around at each other, wondering if anyone's going to take it long or whether they're going to just tempo ride to the sprint. Lockie's on the front now, followed by Sam. He starts to dial the pace back up again, and the bunch is really starting to stretch out now. The pace is on again. Lockie swings up, Sam swings up. Oscar keeps going with some pressure on the pedals at the moment. Zach behind him. Rory locked in on Zach's wheel. There's a couple little gaps forming towards the back at the moment, but they'll button up real quick. Zach swings off, Rory swings off, Felix keeps the pace going on the front. He swings up now. Kale coming through, followed by Will, followed by Lockie, followed by Sam. A bit of floating around going out there at the moment as everyone starts looking for positions and not wanting to let people in on the wheel that they've got. 10 laps to go now, so we're starting to get towards the pointy end of this race where we should see something happen. A lot of gaps seem to be forming at the back there. People just missing the back of the bunch when they're coming off the fence. Rory swings up and the pace all dies back out of this race at the moment and settles down. You're just rolling through and starting to bunch up and spread out across the front there for a moment. Lockie swinging off. The pace has really slowed back down again at the moment. We've got 2 kilometres to go. No one looking like they're really too interested in setting this race on fire and launching an attack. Everyone's probably going to just get this race out the way, get it down to a sprint and see who's sprinting how fast. Lockie back on the front again. George Tucker just swung off. Sam behind him. He comes through for his turn. He swings up. Zach starts to turn the pace up again. Oscar covering him. Rory behind him. A little bit of a gap in the middle of the field there at the moment. So Zach not filling that gap. He's perfectly happy to go right to the back and the gap closes down again. 6 laps to go, 1.5 kilometres to go, so we're starting to get towards the pointy end of this race and we should start to see some action. Zach has a look over the shoulder, he swings up and off. Sammy swings straight up. Zach swings straight up. Rory swings straight up, Will swings straight up, Cal swings straight up, Felix finds himself on the front again and he's just going to push through with a regular turn. Lockie coming through again, a bit of pressure on the pedals and up he swings. Sam comes through again. Everything's starting to settle down now. There's 1 kilometre to go. All these guys are already starting to think about the sprint, where they're going to be, who their main competition is going to be, what point of the track they're going to go at, whether it be a lap or a lap and a half, where they want to launch, what's happening. Everyone's starting to watch each other a little bit. Bit of pace coming on there. A little bit of pace coming on there from Felix at the moment, but it's covered immediately by Lockie, Sam and George. As soon as he moved, those other 3 were straight onto him. Zach pushing through now. He's starting to dial the pace up, and he's got a little bit of a gap, but he swings up. We've got 2 to go now, so this is it. This is the formation for the sprint. Everyone's getting into their positions. You've got Lockie and Sam at the bottom. You've got Zach up high at the top. Felix is out the back. Oscar's on Sam's hip at the moment. Zach looks like he's going to come down and run off the bank at these guys, and Lockie's out the saddle and hitting it. Sam's out the saddle and hitting it. Zach's on the outside of Oscar. Oscar and Zach are shoulder to shoulder. Sam's behind Lockie at the moment. Sam coming up onto Lockie's back wheel. Will Sam be able to get over the top of Lockie coming to the line? Sam's pushing at him, but he can't quite get there. So Lockie gets it. Sam and Oscar shoulder to shoulder across the line, neck and neck. I don't know who got it. All right, and up now we have the elite men's Omnium scratch race. And we've got out there less riders than is on the program, but I know that it looks like Noel Blennan's out there, Alex Hughes is out there. Who else is there? Liam Walsh, Alex Hughes, Bernie Swart, Keely Kikuvek. It looks like Blake Quick in last wheel there. Cameron Tipple, Rowan Hayden-Smith. So this is a really solid field here. A lot of really experienced guys, a lot of strong, fast bike riders out there. Who knows what sort of training they're doing at the moment. So that'll depend on how they feel about going too hard in this scratch race to get this Omnium underway, but we'll see how they go as the race unfolds. So Cam swings off the front, Blake Quicks takes over, he swings up, Liam Walsh gets to the front now, followed by Alex Hughes, followed by Rowan, followed by Bernie, followed by Noah, followed by Keely, Cam at the back, Blake bringing up the rear. 40-lap race this one, so the longest race we've had of the day so far. No one will go too crazy in this one, especially this early in the race now. They'll just roll through the motions for a while, stretch their legs out, ride themselves into the day. Liam Walsh hit in the front again. He swings up. Alex Hughes takes over from him. He's followed closely by Noah Blannon. Bernie Swart behind him. So a lot of horsepower on this field, a lot of experience. Of course, Blake Quick is a professional road rider. He's been to Junior Worlds on the track. Alex Hughes has done 2 Junior Worlds on the track. Noah Blannon, winner of the Austral. Liam Walsh representing Australia at World Championships on track, riding overseas on road. Rowan Hayden-Smith and Cameron Tipple have absolutely huge endurance engines, so it's a really solid field out there. And this race will be pretty sedate, but towards the end of the night when the points are on the line, the point score at the end of this Omnium will be an absolutely flying race. That'll be the race where everyone wants to try and build their points up. That'll be the one where the pace is on consistently. Keely swings up from his turn at the front. Cameron Tipple swinging up from his turn at the front. We're down to 31 laps to go already. Liam Walsh hitting the front in that signature super aero position he rides in. Slotting down onto the back. Blake Quick swings off the front. Alex Hughes on the front again. Nice short turn there from Bernie. Noah takes over from Bernie again. He just dials the pace up a little bit. You see the little gaps form and then close. That's just a signature that the pace is on. Noah will want this pace to be consistently quick. He won't want to be dawdling around. He'll just want to get on with it. Keely swings up. Cam swings up. Liam hits the front again. Short turn from Liam there. Blake comes along the front now. He just keeps that pace rolling. He's doing a nice long turn. He's starting to dial that pace up a little bit there. You can see the gaps form, open and close as everyone reacts to the speed change. Alex Hughes hits the front and he turns the pace up as well. Blake and Liam off the back a little bit at the moment. I don't think the pace is affecting them too much, but Cam Tip will come through for his turn. Alex on the front again. Followed by Rowan. Yep, Rowan ducks onto the back. Bernie swings up. Liam comes through. Short turn from Liam. Noah's on the front now. Keely behind him. Alex behind him. Rowan behind him. And they're just dialing along at a comfortable pace at the moment for these guys. This is just a nice, comfortable tempo. They're just getting through it at the moment. It's looking like this will be another race that'll probably just build itself up into a sprint. Bernie swings off the front now. Cam swings up. Liam back on the front again. Flick of the elbow and up he goes. Noah comes through. These guys are just rolling a consistent pace at the moment. No one even looking around, no real jostling for positions. And as I say that, Liam swings up to the back and comes onto Noah's wheel. A few gaps forming now, a few people just moving around for position. So, as I say, I think this race is going to be sedate. Noah turns the pace up and a few gaps start to form. So we've got Noah and Rowan off the front. Alex Hughes has bridged across to those guys now. There's actually a fairly decent gap back. Blake Quick and Liam Walsh are coming after them now. They've just realised they've got the gap. I don't know if they're going to turn the pace up or just go on at the pace they're at. They're just dialing it through. So Blake's bridged across it to them at the moment. Liam's there, nice and narrow, and he's just working his way across at his own pace to them, followed by Cameron Tipple. And now we've got a front group together now and a few stragglers off the back at the moment. So Keeley has a look of agony on his face at the moment, so that little turn of pace there really puts some pressure on his legs. Bernie just making his way back to this bunch at the moment, so they seem to have settled down for now, and Bernie's been able to latch back on. So just a little test of the legs there from Noah. He dialed the pace up a little bit and then see who reacted and how they looked when they reacted, and everyone reacted to it fairly comfortably. A lot of short turns happening at the moment. No one really wanting to sit their nose in the wind for too long at the moment at all. Alex coming to the front, doing a nice long turn, keeping that smooth, consistent pace. He's swinging up. Rowan's coming through behind him. 17 laps to go at the moment, so there was a little bit of a nudge from Noah. I wonder when we get down to 10 laps to go, or that sort of area in the bike race, if someone else is going to want to try their luck and see if they can pull that bunch apart a little bit. Bernie rolling through at the front at the moment. He's rolled off. Alex on the front again too, followed by Rowan, followed by Blake, followed by Noah, followed by Liam. Blake puts a bit of pressure on the pedals now. Nothing too crazy, but he's just starting to dial that pace up, and you can see the gap starting to form. That turn of pace from Blake was just a little bit too much for Bernie, and he had to move himself out of that situation and say, that's enough for me right now. And now Blake goes through again. There was a lot of swapping and changing real quick, and Blake's decided, no, we're going to get this bike race happening. We're going to get moving. So he's turned the pace on again. Alex coming through at the moment there, followed by Rowan. Rowan swings up, Liam swings up, Cam swings up. Noah pushes the pace again through, and Blake's right on his wheel. Alex bridging across to him. Bit of a gap from Alex to Rowan at the moment, and a bit of a gap from Rowan to Liam. And Cam's on Liam's wheel. Blake swung up again. Alex is pushing the pace again, followed by Noah and Rowan, and Blake's just on the back. So there's a group of four at the front here, but you can see they're starting to turn the pace off again now. They've still got 11 laps to go, so they've realised that they're going a bit hard a bit early, and they've all kind of turned the pace off a little bit at the moment. Cam, Tipple and Liam just looking to struggle to get across to this front four bud at the moment. They look to be taking a while to bridge this gap, and I don't know if that's by design. Front four working quite well together now. They've just got a smooth, consistent pace going at the moment, and then there's about a 20-metre gap back to Cam, and then another 20-metre gap back to Liam Walsh. So 9 laps to go, and Blake's on the front again, just dialing the pace up again. Alex comes through, and he keeps that pace going now. So these four have decided they're not going to go super hard, but they're going to keep the pace on, and they're going to keep working, and they're going to try and make it difficult for Cam and Liam to get back to him, because they're not going to want Liam back with them for a sprint, because he's got a great turn of pace. So if they can keep him off the back, they will keep him off the back of them. Cam and Liam forming their own two-man group in no man's land. The 4 off the front gaining a bit of distance now. They're going to come up to lap Bernie Swart soon. Bernie's seen that and he's swung up. Kilometre and a half to go now. The front group, their pace has started to dial down again. They've started to settle down. They feel comfortable that no threats are going to come back to them, and they're just going to settle into a rhythm they're all happy with and rest their legs, getting ready for the final sprint. Noel swings off the front now. Blake there again. Short turn from Blake now. He's pushed the pace a lot here to get this front 4 away, so he's going to want to rest his legs and start preparing himself for the sprint. He knows full well that the guys he's with can sprint very fast as well. Bernie just sitting off the back of this leading group at the moment. Liam Walsh and Cam Tipple just swapping turns together. They just want to see the end of this bike race, and we've got a kilometre to go. Blake turns the pace up a little bit again. A few gaps form, but they come back together. This leading group of 4 have got 3 laps to go now, and they've got over half a lap on Liam and Cam at this point. Alex swinging off the front. Rowan has a look across. He settles the pace down a little bit, and then he swings up. Noah takes command of the front of the race at the moment, followed by Blake. All 4 of these leading riders now have swung up the track. We've got 2 laps to go, so 2 laps to go. So they're at the point now where the sprint's coming, and there goes Noah. They all swung up, and Noah thought, enough of this, I'm going for it. Lap and a half to go. He's absolutely launched. Blake is shot straight onto his wheel, followed by Rowan. Alex Hughes coming up around the outside now, though. The bell's rung, but Noah stands on the pedals again. Alex coming up around the outside. Blake coming up around the outside. They're 3 abreast. They're shoulder to shoulder. This is any man's race at this point. 3 abreast. Blake pushing through. Alex pushing at him over the top of Noah. Blake gets it, followed by Alex, followed by Noah, followed by Rowan. And coming through turn 3 to 4, that looked like it could be any man's race. Liam and Cam sprint to the line, and Liam just takes it. All right, now we're going to move into our graded Keirins. There'll be three heats at the moment. So our first heat lining up on the fence now. It'll be Olivia Wright, Victoria Smith, Milan Bradshaw, Sandra Stroy, Ella Liang and Ari Mueller. Actually, it looks like we've got a change there because Madison Smith is up on the fence. So it'll be Olivia Wright, Vic Smith, Milan Bradshaw, Ella Liang and Maddie Smith. This should be a good Keirin. The motorbike just doing a few warm-up laps, getting ready to go, getting the tyres warm. The tyres on that electric motorbike don't really like the low speed on this track, so you got to get them nice and warm, otherwise it feels like it wants to do a little bit of a crawl under you. So it looks like Olivia Wright's drawn position 1, followed by Vic, followed by Milan, followed by Ella, followed by Maddie. I doubt Maddie Smith is too keen on drawing last wheel, but I'm sure she'll do something about that when the time's appropriate. So we have 3 elite women, 2 under-19s. All these women have raced together for years. They all know each other really well, and they're all extremely competitive. So they form up behind the motorbike now. We saw this last night. We know how the Keirin works now. The motorbike's on for 3 laps. It slowly builds up pace, and then at 3 laps to go, it swings off. Once the motorbike swings off, that's when we start to see a bit of jostling and tussling for position as people try and put themselves where they want to be and get the best position for the sprint. So Olivia Wright is out there, Ella Liang. Both ladies raced in the under-19 Junior Worlds on the sprint team earlier this year, coming away with the bronze medal in the team sprint. Victoria Smith from Rockhampton, she's got a very good turn of speed. Motorbike comes off the track, and Olivia Wright will try and keep hold of the front of the race, I think. She's just looking over the shoulder now, and she'll just try and dictate terms. She'll try and set the speed and the tone of the race to suit how she rides. She'll just keep an eye over her shoulder, and she'll make sure that if anyone comes up onto her hip, she keeps them on her hip. And Victoria tried to move around the outside. Olivia just turned the pace on a little bit again. She didn't want Vic getting any further than a hit, but Vic's out the saddle now and kicking. Olivia's out the saddle and kicking, but she hasn't quite responded quick enough, and Vic's been able to get over the top of her now and take control of the front of this race. Milan Bradshaw launching over the top there as well. Ella around the outside. Ella and Milan are locked shoulder to shoulder, but Victoria's still on front at the moment. Ella surges up over the top of Victoria. Milan squeezes through. Maddie's coming back at Milan, but Milan, Maddie and Victoria just do not have the legs to hang on to Ella at the moment. Ella's going to win this one clearly, followed by Milan, followed by Victoria. Close on the line between Victoria and Madison Smith. Our next heat for this Keirin will be Joshua Nixon, Corey Bodington, Anthony Lane, Christopher Mullins, Jay Doraboon and Matthew Wynn. If track cycling had always been in the same building in Queensland, Matthew Wynn would be part of the furniture. He's trained and raced with every great road and track rider that this state and country's ever produced over the years. So it looks like Josh Nixon has drawn position number 1, Corey Bodington position number 2, Anthony Lane position 3, Chris Mullins position 4, Jay in 5, Matt Wynn in 6. We'll see if Corey rides the Keirin the same way he rides the endurance events, which is hit the front and just go for it. And the motorbike's away. The bike's in the front straight, the commissaire's blowing the whistle, and the rider's going to roll away and form up behind the motorbike. So just cruising along at the moment, going just fast enough that the bike can get up onto the bank now. And first lap is always very sedate. Josh Nixon and Corey Bowden are both tucking down nice and aero. Coming up to 4 laps to go, we'll have one more lap behind the motorbike, and the motorbike will pull off, and then everyone will start to move around and jostle for their positions. Again, I think Corey Bowden will probably just want to launch off the front. That's how he's been riding all the endurance races this weekend, so it'll be interesting to see if that's how he tries to ride this Keirin as well, or whether he rides it a bit more calm. At the moment, he's just looking over his shoulder. Maybe he's not going to launch. Josh Nixon getting a bit of a gap on the rest of them now. Corey's starting to build his pace up, and there he goes. He wants to take this one long. 2.5 laps to go. Corey's already out the saddle and going for it, and he's got a decent gap. Josh Nixon really working hard to get that big gear rolling. Now he's speed matching Corey, but he's not actually bridging the gap to Corey at all. Anthony Lane just sitting in there, followed by Chris Mullins. That gap starting to come down ever so slightly, but I don't think any of these athletes are going to have the legs to get across to the Paralympian there. And he's just walking away with this bike race, and there's a big tussle between Anthony Lane and Chris Mullins to get up into that 3rd position. And they're pushing it to the line now, but Josh Nixon defends his spot. Anthony Lane 3rd, Chris Mullins in 4th, and Corey Bowden took that one out in style. Heat number 3 of these Keirins coming out now. So we have Glenn Searle up there. We have Ewan Holzberger. We have Robert McGrath and Graham Ward. And those riders roll away. They're going to go take their lines on the fence. Ewan Holzberger hasn't drawn first or last for once, so I'm sure he's happy about that. And the motorbike's coming from the infield. Motorbike's in the front straight, the commissaire's blowing the whistle and the race is underway. So Glenn Searle's got the bike, followed by Ewan, followed by Graham, followed by Robert. So at the conclusion of this, Keirin will be back around in the round 2 of the Omniums, which will be the tempo. The tempo race is an absolutely brutal race, and the majority of the time one of those races is run, the bunch tends to just tear itself to pieces as people go chasing after points. So we're probably going to see a lot more action and a lot more tired legs in the tempo races coming up ahead of after this, Keirin. So no real change to the order at the moment. Just ticking away behind that bike, and they'll wait for it to come off the track, and then everyone will start to jostle for positions. Potentially, I don't see Glenn Searle really wanting to let anyone come over the top of him and dictate the terms of the race to him. So the bike comes off the track now. Glenn immediately lifts the pace to try and stop people from coming over the top and taking control of this bike race. He wants to have control of this Keirin. and Robert McGrath looking like he was going to try and push forward, but then thinking about it again. So Glenn just keeps looking over his shoulder. He just keeps the pressure on the pedals and keeps the pace high enough that people aren't really inspired to come over him too early. Got a lap and a half to go now, so someone's going to have to make a move soon, or Glenn's just going to have total control and dominance of this race. The bell rings. Ewan makes the move over the top and goes, but Glenn just responds by putting more pressure on the pedals. Glenn stands out the saddle now and puts the hammer down. He wants to make sure that he gets through winning this one safely. Glenn's just hammering it home, and they finish this race in the order that they started it.
Because they're graded, they're not, they're just in between, they're fillers. What is this?
Adrian Larkin's sitting in a timeout at the end of that back straight over there. And we're away in the under 15 combined tempo race. Ethan Lee puts himself straight to the front. He doesn't want to have to come around a whole bunch of people to try and collect some points once that portion of the race begins. So Ethan Lee on the front, followed by Felix, followed by Patrick, followed by Adele, followed by Winter, followed by Seb. Georgia Dowling just moving around the outside now. She's realised that it's a long way round, and if she tries to move up when the pace is on, it's going to be a very difficult task. Seb's seeing Georgia coming around the outside. He's decided to latch onto her. Hannah's decided to latch onto them. Winter's stuck in between the two lines at the moment with nowhere really to go. But once the action kicks off, gaps will open left, right and centre, and people will be able to move out of and put themselves where they want. So just a steady tempo at the moment. Ethan just taking control of the front of this race. Everyone else happy to let him do it at the moment. They don't want to go too early and be tied before the points are even available to them. Georgia just getting squeezed out a little bit there by Patrick and Winter and sitting quite high. She's had to move further back in the bunch now. They form up in two lines again. Everyone just looking at each other. Everyone just letting Ethan sit on the front. And there's the bell. So now, from here on out, points are available. It's only 1 point each lap, and it's only the first rider across the line. So Ethan sitting at the front there. Felix moving out around him now, but Ethan just puts some more pressure on the pedals, and Felix has to slot back in behind him. He just looks over his shoulder and makes sure he can get those points without expending too much energy. Ethan's still on the front at the moment. Felix back behind him. Felix is going to surge at him again, and he's hoping that Ethan's now tired enough that he can collect some points. Ethan responds again. He's just putting more pressure on those pedals and making sure that the riders behind him stay behind him. So there's 2 points now for Ethan, and now he keeps on with the pace. Patrick has moved up under Felix, and Felix starting to move backwards. Winter moving up onto Patrick's wheel, and Patrick just sitting on Ethan's wheel. There's a bit of a gap forming there between Patrick and Felix at the moment. Patrick's going to come over the top of Ethan, and Ethan fights back, and Ethan collects the points again. So far, no one's been able to get over the top of Ethan, so Ethan just keeps the hammer down now. The bunch is just stretched out in one big long line, and this is how this race is going to go. Ethan's going to keep pushing. People are going to keep challenging him, and he'll either fend them off every time, or he'll blow up and more people will take points, and it'll continue and continue until the bunch pulls apart. Patrick got the last point there. So Ethan's back at the front again. Patrick slotted back in behind him. Felix behind him. The bunch is back together now. Ethan gets that point there. Patrick is sitting in and having a rest. He did that huge turn of speed to collect that point, so now he just needs to recover, and then he'll have another shot at it again later. No one really having the legs at the moment at this turn of pace to be able to come around the outside and move up and challenge Ethan besides Patrick. Possibly Felix, but the pace is just on. We've got 2 laps to go now. Ethan's swung up now, letting Patrick come through. He's decided he's collected enough points and he needs a rest. So he's gone to the back and he's just going to slot on and rest, and knowing that he's got enough points. Patrick's kicking now. Bell's ringing. And Patrick still got those points. I think it was hard to tell as Felix was coming over, but Felix keeps on with it now. And there's a gap back from Felix to Winter Bradshaw and Adele. Winter Bradshaw and Adele Dixon neck and neck. I think Felix is going to take these points, but Winter just pushes ahead of Adele. So Felix took that point comfortably, but there was a big fight between the 2 junior women there for second place. And the bunch is just stretched out and pulled apart, and that's what the tempo race does to a field when it's just brutal. So up next is the under-17 women for their 20-lap tempo race. A 20-lap tempo in a bunch of 4. That's absolutely brutal. And Ava straight to the front. She wants to make sure she has command of this race, I think. She's just going to sit at the front, and if anyone wants to take points, they're going to have to go the long way round. And after I say that, Ava swings up. Hannah Walters coming through. Ava just slotting in on the back. Maddie Diaz in second wheel. Elise Vaughan in third wheel. Hannah swings up, makes her way back. Maddie coming through now, just soft pedaling, keeping a nice comfortable pace. She swings up, Elise comes through. These women just rolling around, swapping turns, waiting to hear that bell and waiting for the suffering to start as they fight for points. A nice relaxed pace. Hannah swings up. Ava starts to move around the outside. Hannah just slotting in behind Ava. So they're 2 abreast at the moment. There's 2 little groups there, the inside train and the outside train. And there goes the bell. Everyone just looking at each other. No one really ready to set it off yet and go for that first point. Ava just slowly starting to ramp up some power on those pedals and come to the front. Hannah's following her through. Maddie Diaz just picking up the pace a little bit there. Happy to slot into third wheel at the moment, and you follow the other riders, and Elise Vaughan pulling up the rear. Ava took the first points. She looks over the shoulder and she swings up and she lets Hannah through. Maddie's squeezing up underneath there. She's still got Hannah's wheel, and Ava just sitting on the hip of Hannah for now. Hannah starts really dialing the pace up there. The gap forms, and then Ava just slots in behind Hannah. A bit of a gap between Maddie and the other girls. Elise Vaughan is chasing after them. Hannah swung up, and then Ava swung up, and then they've come back in the track. Ava just stands out the saddle and punches it, and she comes over the top of Hannah, and Hannah's trying to respond at the moment. Ava just looks over the shoulder and she cruises up to the line. She knows she's got those points, and Hannah's slotted back onto her wheel. There's a bit of a gap between Hannah's wheel and Elise at the moment. Maddie DS looking like she's in the hurt locker at the moment. She's a track sprinter and trains as such, so she's done a scratch race already. This tempo race is going to really hurt. The other 3 girls are back together again. Ava swings up. Hannah comes to the front. Hannah looks over her shoulder, and she just turns the pace on a little bit, forming a bit of a gap between herself and Elise at the moment. Ava content just to sit behind Elise at the moment and have a rest. And Hannah's just going to come to the line and collect this point. Ava's starting to move around the outside again. Hannah just swinging up a little bit for now. Elise Vaughan moves on, and Ava's out the saddle again, kicking. Elise responds, Hannah responds, but they can't actually answer the power of Ava's kick at the moment, and Ava's formed a gap. She just looks over the shoulder. She knows she's got the points, but now she's going to keep the pace going. Hannah and Elise are going to have to work together if they want to get across that gap. Hannah's chasing really hard, and Elise is doing everything she can to just hang on to Hannah's back wheel at this point. Ava's just tapping away on the pedals at the moment, and there's another point collected, but Hannah's come back to Ava at the moment. Ava swings up, Hannah comes underneath her and just pushes through. The pace starts to back off a little bit at the moment, settle down, and Elise Vaughan is fighting her way back to the other two women. Ava now moving around the top of Hannah. Hannah's out the saddle, but she doesn't quite have the legs there, so Ava will claim that point as well. Ava sits up again. So Ava currently leading this race with Hannah in second place, and then Maddie and Elise behind them. Ava rolls over the top again. Looks over the shoulder. Just swings up the track, having a good look at Hannah to see what Hannah's going to do next. Hannah hasn't really responded at the moment. She just slots back in behind Ava. Elise fighting hard to try and get back to these two, but I think the gap's too big now. Ava just puts some more power on the pedals and goes to the line, taking another point. That gap from Hannah to Elise is starting to stretch out again now. It was coming down for a little bit, but as Ava keeps supplying pressure to this field, that gap's just getting bigger. They come past Maddie DS at the moment. There's a bit of a gap forming between Ava and Hannah. Hannah's fighting hard to try and get back to Ava's wheel, but that gap seems to be staying fairly consistent at the moment, and Ava just keeps the pressure on the pedals and keeps ticking away. 4 laps to go at the moment. Another point for Ava. Hannah's out of the saddle now, and she's fighting with all her determination to see if she can pull that gap back to Ava. At the moment, that gap's staying consistent. The gap between Hannah and Elise is staying about the same. So Ava just applying pressure to the field. No gaps getting bigger or smaller. Everything seems to be staying at the moment, staying the same at the moment. Coming around to get 2 laps to go at the moment, and it's looking like Ava will have this one sewn up. She's just regulating her pace now and just ticking away, making sure she's collecting points. Hannah's still keeping a heap of pressure on those pedals. Elise the same. I imagine at this point in the race, everyone's legs are screaming at them, and they're just fighting with everything they can to resist the urge to just sit it up. And coming up to the bell now, and I'm sure everyone's actually going to be really happy to hear the bell on this one. You can see how hard everyone's worked. Ava has a look over her shoulder to see how much energy she has to expend, and she's realised she's got a fairly comfortable gap now, so she won't put too much more effort in coming to that finish line because she would want to conserve energy for the other 2 races. So Ava comes across the line. She's collected the bulk of the points, followed by Hannah, and followed by Elise and Maddie DS. Now we have our under-17 men coming to the fence for their Omnium tempo race, and as we saw in the scratch race, the first half was fairly sedate, but when the pace went, and there was a really entertaining race, and that's what we're going to see here in this tempo race. A really big field here in our under-17 men as well, so that's going to be that's going to affect the race a lot when the pace is on, as you saw in the previous race. A lot of gaps can form really quickly in this race. So in a field such as that, if you happen to be in the wrong position and that gap forms, it can really lead to disaster if you're wanting to collect some points. And they're rolling away. Cruz Kemp's at the front, followed by Riley Dixon, followed by Oliver Jordan, then followed by Hunter Davis, followed by Flynn Larkins, followed by Cam Franks, Bryn McDonald, Harrison Dowling, Vince Bell, Max Edwards, Jacob Cork, Oliver Uri, Oscar Winchester, Harley Bradshaw, Elliot King, and Flynn Jensen. They'll be off to a fairly sedate start. No one really wants to go and tear their own legs off before any points are available. So they'll just cruise along, and then as they get close to that bell ringing and those all-important points becoming available, that's when we'll see the pace starting to come on as people start to try and move up the outside and jostle for position. And when the back comes, surge in the outside, the front surges, because they don't want those guys coming over the top of them, boxing them in and stealing their points. And that's where you see, even though it might not be a point lap, all of a sudden they're nearly at sprint speed because they're just trying to fight for position and stop people from boxing them in and stealing their points. They're in a nice long line now, and as you can see, they're pretty well formed 2.5 lines now, and there's a few random bodies just moving around the outside that aren't really in any of the trains and not quite sure where they want to position themselves. Anyone caught in the middle there will start to get a little bit nervous, especially if they want to be competitive, and there'll be a little bit of panic and they'll be surging to try and get those points. The move comes around the outside from Oliver Uri, and he's followed by Jacob Cork. No real response at the moment from Cruz Kemps. Riley Dixon comes around the outside of Cruz Kemps. He's coming after Oliver Uri and Jacob Cork. Uri and Cork absolutely fighting each other to the line, and Cork comes over the top. Neither one of them backing off, but they're still keeping on with this pace. Oliver Uri's starting to get into a bit of trouble there. The pace has come out of his legs right now, and the bunch have come right up onto the back of him. But Jacob Cork's still got a decent gap, so he collects another point. Cam Frank's now leading the charge to try and mow him down, followed by Cruz Camps, followed by Oliver Jordan, followed by Flynn Larkins. Cam straight over the top of Jacob. Cruz just acting like Cam's shadow at the moment. He's trying to move around the outside, and he does. He collects the points. He's followed by OJ. Oh, that could have nearly been bad. Awesome skills from Cam there to stay upright. Just a bit of a touch, and then the wheels touched. He recovered from it. We've got Cruz and we've got OJ off the front at the moment. Hunter trying to chase them down. Vince trying to chase them down, sorry, but the gap is there. They're swapping off turns. Bryn's pushing after him now. OJ on the front, Cruz just sitting in his draft. Bryn's back with him. Is he going to go over the top or just slot in? Yes, he tries to push over the top. Harley Bradshaw's there as well. And OJ just fends him off, but he keeps on with this and he wants to take the front now. He gets a gap on the bunch. Riley Dixon is coming over the top and he's chasing him. He's not going to wait around. He comes straight over the top of Bryn and he's pushing for points. Bryn fights back, but he doesn't quite have the legs, so Riley takes those points. Vince coming over the top of Bryn, followed by Harrison Dowling, followed by Hunter Davis. There's a massive gap back to the bunch. Harley Bradshaw in the front of the bunch trying to fight to get this gap back. He swings up. Flynn Jensen swings up. Flynn Larkins coming to the front now, fighting on, trying to close this gap. Doing a very long turn. He swings up. Elliot King hits the front of this bunch now, and he absolutely puts the hammer down. He wants to get across that gap, but that gap is massive, and you've got 4 engines at the front. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do it. Poor Bryn, he's stuck in no man's land, just fighting to try and get across to that bunch. Harrison Dowling has gone off the front of Riley Dixon, Hunter Davis, and Vince Bell, and no one seems to have responded. They've let him have the gap. Hunter swung up. Riley chasing. Harry's grabbed that point. Riley's coming after him, followed by Hunter. But Harry's got a really big gap there. Hunter and Riley working together, trying to catch up. They're just coming around some traffic at the moment, but that gap is still there. In fact, Riley and Vince don't seem to be shutting this move from Harrison down at the moment. You've got riders everywhere. Harry's off the front. He's followed by Riley and Hunter working together. He's followed by Ollie Uri, then Vince Bell. Then there's a gap back to Elliot King. Then there's a gap back to the field. Flynn Larkins, Oliver Jordan, Flynn Jensen, Harley Bradshaw. They're all working hard. Flynn swings up. Then there's a gap back to some more riders. There's riders everywhere. This race is chaos. And where is Harrison Dowling? The other riders still have not been able to catch Harry. He is walking away with this bike race. Another point for Harry. They got 4 laps to go. Riley digging deep there, trying to catch Harry. The gap is coming down, but it's coming down slowly. Hunter behind him. Harry's definitely going to get another point before he's caught, if he's caught at all. Riley and Hunter swapping off turns. Both men getting very, very tight here. And another point for Harry. Hunter digging deep, trying to get across to Harry. The gap is coming down, but they are running out of time if they want to collect any more points. Harry's starting to get really tired. You can see the heads dropping. He's in the hurt locker. He's fighting with everything he has to try and chop these two from catching him. Riley, elbows down, just putting pressure on those pedals, trying to catch this guy. And he's up to him. He's up to him, but Harry surges again. But Riley fights back, and Riley comes over the top of Harry now. Harry's in survival mode. He just needs to get to the end of this bike race. Now Riley's taking the lead, and he's pushing on with the points. And there's the bell. Riley gets a point, and he's going to push on. Harry's chasing after Riley. Hunter's chasing after Harry. Max is chasing after Hunter. Flynn Jensen's there. Oscar's there. Jacob's there. There goes Cruz. Cruz is chasing as well. Camo's chasing. Elliot King's in no man's land. There's Harley. Flynn Larkins is there. OJ's coming around someone. The front end of the race is finished. The rest are all coming, and there are riders scattered all around the field. That race got torn to pieces. I'm bad at maths, so I'm going to wait for the results on the screen. What a race. What a race. A lot of riders are going to feel that one in the next race or the point score at the end of the night. Everyone's face is bright red. Everyone's huffing and puffing. They all look like they've just done a really serious bike race, and they are going to feel the effects of that one for the rest of the day. What a smash fest that was. All right, next race up on track. Under 19 women's and elite women combined, Omnium tempo, 30 laps. Once these under 17 men clear the duck board, the other race will be the combined women's race is rolling away. Under 17 men, keep close to that glass fence, please. Close to the fence, riders that are on the duck board. Another race has begun. All right, so Bella Potts takes up the front of this bunch at the moment, followed by Sienna, followed by Megan, followed by Madison, followed by Ella. And Jackie Mangler-Moore stalking along the outside of the bunch, wanting to move forward, getting ready for some points to happen. Grace and Gabrielle at the back with Eden. And April there as well. Short turn from Megan Russell. She swings up and moves back. Short turn from Madison Taylor as well. Ella sits on the front for a bit. She swings up. Gabrielle comes to the front looking over the shoulder. Looks like she wants to take command of the pace, but then she swings up as well. April coming through, followed by Grace and followed by Eden. Next time round, they'll come up for 27 laps to go. It's a very long way in a race like this. Eden on the front now. She just swings up. Bella Potts follows through after that with Sienna nice and close on her wheel. No real paces yet, but as you saw previously, you don't want to go too hard now because what's about to happen is your legs are about to experience some agony. And there's the bell. So Sienna's out the saddle now and she just lifts the pace. She won't lift it with everything she's got. She'll just lift it enough that she's comfortable that people are not going to come around her, and she'll just wait. And if anyone tries to move around the outside, she'll just lift the pace and try and keep them on the hip. If she can estimate their speed correctly, she'll fend them off, which she does. And it'll just... And Jackie Manglemore now just putting the hammer down, coming over the top of Sienna, and she actually goes clear of the field. Megan Russell's running after her. Megan wants to be in on this, and she wants to collect some points as well. She's going to try and challenge Jackie, and she does. Megan Russell gets over the top of Jackie and gets the point. Megan keeps going with it, and Jackie swings up. Megan's got a really, really clear gap, and this is dangerous because Megan Russell is a very strong rider and a very strong time trialist, and if they let her get too much of a gap, they won't pull that gap back. Another point for Megan. Madison Taylor and Ella coming after Megan at the moment, followed by Grace. And they've just latched onto the back of Megan right now. Gabrielle, Bella, and Sienna coming after them. Eden Seeley Cunnington and Jackie out the back at the moment. They're going to ride their own race now. And the rest of the field is back together. Everyone's looking at each other. Meg Russell still on the front there, but still set in terms of this race. And Grace trying to challenge on the outside, and it looks like Megan's going to let her. So Grace gets those points, but not only does she get the points, she goes on with the race. She's putting the pressure down on the pedals hard, and she's formed a gap as well. No one really willing to chase her at the moment. Meg might be a little bit tired, but all the other ladies are looking at Meg like, no, you can chase her. And that gap's actually getting bigger. So there's some points for Grace. Meg swings up. Madison swings up. Ella comes to the front, and she starts to lift the pace. She swings up. Bella comes through, and she starts lifting the pace again. So now Grace has got a decent gap, and she's going to get some more points here. They really need to get to work now and start chasing after her before she collects too many points. Bella swings up. Sienna comes through driving the pace. So now you've got Sienna, Gabrielle and Bella chasing after Grace. Now Gabrielle has had to swing up. She can't handle this pace at the moment. Sienna's bridging across to Grace and she's caught up to her, but she's not going to sit in. She's coming straight over the top, and this is where you see Sienna really start to work. She will just keep this pace going all day long, but Bella's surged across to Sienna, and Bella's coming over the top of Sienna, and they're going to actually fight for this point, but Bella gets the point. Madison Taylor has just latched onto Sienna at the moment. Now Sienna and Bella have swung up, and Madison goes through. Madison, Bella and Sienna are now coming up to lap Jackie and Eden at the moment. So Jackie and Eden are just going to drop back in on this group. And there are riders scattered everywhere around the track. You've got Madison at the front, followed by Ella, followed by Sienna, followed by Jackie, followed by Eden, followed by Meg, then a gap back to Grace and Ella, and there are riders everywhere. Bella goes over the top of Madison there to get some points. As she swings up, Sienna decides to put the hammer down again and forms another gap. That's a big gap between Sienna and the other riders, and it's forming up quickly. They've got 14 laps to go at this point, so still quite a way to go, but Sienna's gap seems to be getting bigger. Sienna's just got her head down and she's just pedaling her own pace. Bella, Madison and Jackie are together. Meg Russell's bridging across to that group at the moment. So you've got a group of 4. Eden Seeley Cunnington just struggling off the back of the group at the moment. Doesn't seem to be able to get across to them or hang on to the pace. But Sienna's still off the front. This gap hasn't really changed at the moment. All these ladies are working together trying to pull that gap back, but they don't seem able to do so at the moment. So Jackie swings up. Meg Russell comes through for her turn. She's starting to put some pressure on the pedals. The gap is slowly coming down. Meg swings up. Bella Potts comes through for a turn. Sienna's starting to get tired now. You can see the head dropping there as she struggles to keep that gear going. And Bella, Madison, Jackie, Gabrielle and Meg all together there, stalking stalking Sienna. That gap slowly coming down now. Sienna knows they're going to get her, so she's just swung up. She's looking forward to some company. She wants to have a sit in and try and recover from the effort she just put in. So at the front now we have Madison Taylor, Jackie Mangler-Moore, Gabrielle, Meg Russell, Bella Potts and Sienna Monteith. So they're just swapping off turns at the moment. No one really fighting for points at the moment. They're more just trying to keep that pace going. Meg on the front at the moment. Bella happy to sit there behind her and Sienna happy to sit there. They're all just trying to recover as Meg collects some points. This front group now is coming up to lap. They're about to lap a group of riders that are out the back. Sienna now pushing hard again. She's decided she's found her legs again. She wants some more points. She's now currently pushing really hard to get over these lap riders and stop anyone else from coming over her hip. But Jackie's challenging her, but she didn't quite get there. Sienna managed to hang on to those points. So now you've got a big bunch of riders there riding around together. Those lap riders, if they're not too tired, will try to rejoin with this group, but some of them are unable to. Eden Seeley Cunnington riding around by herself at the top of the track. Now you've got Jackie and Sienna off the front together, just pulling turns and collecting points. Madison Taylor working really hard to try and bring these two back, and it looks like they're all going to come back together again. So now we've got Jackie on the front, Sienna coming over the top trying to challenge for points, but Jackie manages to fend her off there. Behind them you've got Madison Taylor, Meg Russell, Grace and Eden. There's a gap back to Bella Potts and Gabrielle Tomaz, and then another gap back to Ella and April. Big bunch here at the front now. Meg comes rolling over the top again with Grace on her wheel. She's going to go for some more points, but she swings up and Grace looks around and sees that they've got a gap, so she decides to keep going with it. Grace is putting a heap of pressure on the pedals and she's just, her and Meg are getting away. Sienna swings up. She lets Madison Taylor come to the front. Madison picks up the pace straight away. She's trying to bridge across to these two riders. Jackie behind her, Eden behind her, Sienna behind her. Madison closes that gap down now. She's right up on Grace's wheel. Meg Russell's still there digging deep. She wants more points in this race so far. None of them are going to get over the top of Meg at the moment. She gets to the line with a slight gap. Grace just trying to close down to her, and then Madison trying to close down to her. So at the moment we've got a big group at the front, two chasing riders and another two chasing riders behind there. Riders are all over the track. Some riders have been lapped once, some riders have been lapped twice. Current standings at the moment, I think Sienna Monteith probably is still leading this race, but Meg Russell will be very close to taking that lead from her if she hasn't already. Because Jackie Mangler-Moore now coming over the top of Meg Russell. Madison Taylor moving up onto Meg Russell's back wheel. There's a gap now back to Sienna Monteith and Eden and Grace. The bell goes. I think Jackie's in the lead at the moment. She's followed by Madison Taylor, she's followed by Meg Russell. But Sienna's coming up fairly quick out of nowhere. Everyone else is dying. Sienna's got this turn of pace there. Sienna's coming after, but I don't think she's going to get Madison Taylor, and I think Madison Taylor's going to take these final points. Then she'll be followed by Sienna, Jackie, Meg, Ella, Eden, Grace. April was there as well, and then Gabrielle and Bella just rolling in to finish that race. And we see another example of just how tough this race is. It just absolutely tears all these bunches apart. Next up on the fence we have our under-19 men's tempo race, and I expect to see more of the same in this one. Start out pretty sedate, and then when they really start hunting for points, riders will just be spread out everywhere. And if anyone's looking for any more track racing between now and Christmas, there is track racing on next Saturday afternoon at the Nerang Velodrome. Entries are taken via the Gold Coast portal. If you're on Facebook, that it's been posted around all the local track cycling and cycling pages. But There hasn't been a track race at Nerang in quite a while, and usually it's a good day out. So get your entries in or get down there and watch. It'll be Saturday the 13th of December from 3 p.m. till 7 or 8 p.m. Final result has Sienna Monteith winning with Meg Russell and second on equal points, followed by Madison Taylor, then Ballard Potts, then Grace Hunter, then Jackie, then Gabrielle, then Ella, then Eden, then April. And the under-19 men are away. Lachlan Walters just swinging off the front now. Sam rolling through. Very, very sedate pace for the start for these men. They know what they're in for, and they know they're not going to go too hard till they have to. So nice and cruisy. Oscar just swinging off the front there. Zach soft rolling through as well. He'll just cruise along at his own pace for a little bit there. Won't be long now until they have the bell. Zach swings up. George is on the front now, followed by Felix. Felix has a quick look. He swings up. Will Holzberger immediately swings up. Kale immediately swings up. Rory Fisk is at the front now, followed by Lachlan, Sam and Oscar. Rory swings up. Lachlan finds himself at the front of the bike race again. Sammy swinging up there. Oscar swinging up. Zach back on the front of this race at the moment. Zach happy to just sit on the front at the moment as the bell rings. So next lap round will be the first bunch of points. Curious to see if anyone wants to challenge Zach straight away. They're just going to let him have it. And as I say that, Kale comes flying around the outside. He's eager to collect some points. And Zach just swings up off the front. He's going to go back and let some other people chase after this guy. So that Kale collects a point there. He's looking over his shoulder. No one's really coming after him at the moment. So Kale's just going to go on with it, and he's going to collect another point. But there's a long way to go and a lot of points to collect at this stage. Kale looks over his shoulder and he got another point there. William chasing after him. William swings up. Kale swings up. Felix swings up. Rory Fix tucks himself down arrow, and he's decided to go for it as well. He wants some points, and he's actually turned on quite a good turn of pace here. So Rory across the line, he's going to take those points there. He's followed by Lockie. He swings up. Lockie drops the elbows, drops the head, and he gets down to business and really ramps his pace up. Sam Hilditch behind him, just following him for now. Lockie's going to get these points here. He gets them. Sam's just coming across to him. Lockie actually swings up now, so Sam's going to push on with this here. Sam leading the front of this bunch as well. Oscar and Zach and George all sitting behind Sam, waiting for their opportunity. And Oscar looks like he wants to challenge Sam. Sam looks over the shoulder, and he lets Oscar take the points for now. He swings up, and he's going to let Zach chase after Oscar. Zach turns the gas on, and he's coming after Oscar. George is following him. Rory's behind them, but there's a gap formed, and Rory swings out. That leaves a lot of work for Lachlan and Sam to do because the pace is on at the moment. But Oscar's swung up, Zach swung up, George swung up. Zach's seen the opportunity here, and he's decided to recommit himself to this. He dives down across the bank, and he goes for it. He's got a little bit of a gap now, so he's going to collect some points. Sam swings up. George Tucker's coming after Zach. Zach's got a point there. He's still got a decent gap as well. Oscar swings up. Lachlan's there. Sam's there. George is there. Oscar. All four gentlemen are there, but they're not really committing at this stage to coming after Zach. So Zach's still getting in there amongst it, and he's taking more and more points. That gap seems to stay the same at the moment. 18 laps to go at the moment. Zach's about to come up into some traffic there as there's some lap riders. There's a bunch of 4 riders ahead of him. Zach comes around again to get more points. That gap has not come down at all. He's maintained the same distance ahead of these riders at the moment. And Oscar swings up. George sits at the back there. Lachlan now commits some pace. You can see him really starting to move around on his machine as he tries to lift the pace to get across to Zach. But they're still not really gaining any ground on Zach. Zach is just collecting points out here. And these guys are going to really have to get serious about getting after him before he gets too many points. It's only 1 point per lap. So the chase is just coming into some traffic at the moment. They come over the top of William Holzberger. And then the other lap riders have decided to latch onto the back of this group. So now we're back to a full group. Will just trying to kick in the saddle and latch onto these guys, but they came past him with quite a lot of pace. He may not get there if he doesn't get there soon. Zach still off the front, but the gap is coming down, but it is coming down very slowly. And we're going to be coming around for 13 laps to go soon. Cale turns the pace on at the front. Rory keeps the pace going. Rory swings up. Lockie hits the front again. Zach still got the gap, and it's still about the same. It was coming down, and then it stopped again. Lachlan swings up. Sam swings up. Oscar puts some... Zach's still got a gap there. Felix chasing now. Felix swings up. Cale swings up. Rory swings up. Lockie back on the front again. The gap is starting to come down again, but Zach is fighting on. He's going to collect some more points before they get across to him. His face twisted up in agony as he fights on trying to get these points. They've coming at him hard now. They've decided the risk is too great and they've really put the hammer down. Zach is really starting to feel the effort he's put in to collect all these points. Lachlan comes over the top. Sam follows him. Oscar follows him. Then George. Zach's got to fight now to latch onto these wheels and get towed along with them till the end of the race. He doesn't want to have to go down any laps. Oscar on the front now pushing the pace. Zach just fighting to get onto the back of this leading bunch at the moment. Oscar collects the points there and he swings up. Lachlan starts to push the pace again. Oscar drops into the gap. Zach still fighting after that massive effort he put in to get those points to latch onto the back of these guys. Sam coming over the top of Lockie at the moment, challenging, and Lockie just fends him off on the line in a throw there. Lockie and Sam just ahead of the others. They swing up. Oscar decides to push on the pedals and see if he can get a gap. Sam fills the gap between George and Oscar. Lachlan fills the gap between George and Zach. Sam comes over the top of Oscar now, has a look, and he knows he's safe. He's collected his points. Slight gap from Oscar and Sam back to the rest of the riders there, but now they all come back together. Oscar sitting on the hip of Lachlan, Sam sitting on the hip of Zach, and George and Cale following Sam at the moment. Zach's sprinting over the top again, and he collects another point from Lachlan. So he's doing really well today. Surprised he even has the energy left to sprint after the effort he put in. Now Oscar's out the saddle. He's decided he's going to get some more points, and he's going to turn it up, and hopefully no one has the legs to come over the top of him. So Oscar's pushing and fighting to the line, and then Sam's coming over the top of Oscar, and he just gets him on the line. Sam swings up, Oscar swings up, Zach pushes through underneath them, George comes through, Lachlan comes through, Sam and Oscar drop back into the bunch there. George Tucker on the front now, followed by Lachlan, followed by Oscar, followed by Sam. Rory, Fisk and Cale trying to move up on them now. Looks like Lockie might have got those points there. And now he's going to push on with this effort, and he's put a gap into him. George starting to really feel the pressure of this one. You can see his head's dropping, and he's working hard to get on the Lachlan. He couldn't quite get there. Oscar pushes across the gap, and he goes over the Lachlan. Sam comes onto Oscar's wheel. Oscar and Sam swing high. Lachlan's at the bottom. He swings up looking for him. Rory Fisk now flies out of the bunch. He's decided he wants to fight for some points again. Sam Hilditch drops down onto Rory, and Rory's helping him launch away from the rest of the riders. He's got a gap, so he just rests for now. He looks behind him, and he realises he's got a gap, so Sam's going to go on with it now. Rory swings up. Now there's a really big gap between Sam and the rest of the bunch. We're coming around for the bell lap, so Sam's going to get these points and possibly the final points. No one really has the legs at the moment or the energy to chase Sam, so Sam's just going to keep pushing on with this. He looks around, he sees he's got the gap, and he knows he can just soft pedal to the line, and he's comfortably going to get these final points. So Sam comes up to the line, Felix Crossman behind him, and then further back to him there's Lachlan, followed by Kale, followed by George and Rory. And as we've seen in the other races, the bunch just absolutely tears itself apart in these bike races. And now we have the big guns coming back out on track again, the elite men for their 40-lap tempo. And if anyone's looking for any more track training during the week, you've got the Billy's on Tuesday night and Balmoral on a Wednesday night from 7 till 9, and then of course the UQ sessions as well. If you want to know how to get into track, if you're a crit rider and you've never tried track and you're really interested to have a go, Oz Cycling runs come and try sessions almost every Saturday of the year here in the morning, so you can just go onto the Oz Cycling website, look up events, and you will be able to find those come and try sessions. All right, so we're under the way with our elite men at the moment. Blake Quick sitting on the front, followed by Alex Hughes, followed by Noah Blennon, Rowan, then Liam, Cam, Bernie and Keely. Alex swings up and Noah takes over the pace at the front. Noah swings up and Rowan takes over. It's a pretty sedate pace right now as they just roll around, stretching their legs before the bell rings and the hurt begins. So Alex swings up, Blake swings up, Noah takes the front of the field, he swings up, Rowan sits on the front now, followed by Liam, followed by Cam Tipple. And there's the bell. So Cam's leading this field into the first sprint. And we'll see if anyone wants to challenge immediately, if they're just going to let the first one go. And as I say that, Blake stands out the saddle and kicks around the outside, closely followed by Liam Walsh. They're coming over the top of Bernie Swart. Bernie's trying to find him, but it's a battle between Liam and Blake, and Liam just gets it. Liam swings up, but Blake decides he's going to keep going with it. He just head down, bum up, and pedals. And he's got a gap. Keely trying to chase him, but he can't get there. Keely swings up. Now Bernie's trying to chase Blake. Blake gets the point, and he just keeps on with it. No massive response from the field at the moment. Bernie swings up. Noah Blennon hits the front, and he just turns the afterburners on and starts trying to bridge that gap. He swings up, hands over the chase to Alex Hughes. He swings up and hands it over to Rowan. Blake's still got a decent gap at the moment, but they got a long way to go on this bike race yet. Cam on the front now, followed by Liam. Liam down in that aero position he's known for, coming after Blake. He swings up. Back, Noah on the front again. He swings up. Keely on the front again. He swings up. Alex trying to push now. The gap is coming down ever so slightly, but not very much at the moment. And he's not even looking to see where they are. He's just locked into his tempo and he's just pedaling. Now he has a look to see where they are. There's a big gap between himself and them, basically the length of the straight. No one in the field looking particularly motivated to chase after him at the moment. Maybe they're hoping he'll get tired of being by himself and swing up. Blake has a look around. He realises the gap's still good. He's just going to set a base that he's comfortable with and he can handle, and he'll just occasionally look around to see where they are. Once they get close, he'll make the decision as to whether he ramps his pace up or he swings up. Being this far out from the finish, but I would suggest once they get close to him, he'll just swing up and he'll drop in and recover after the effort he's put in. at the moment, he's still got a good gap. Noah Blennon going off the front of the field, and Noah's coming across to him really quickly. There's a massive gap back to the field. Alex leading the field. He swings up. So Noah's pretty well come across to Blake. Blake swung up now. He's going to pop in behind Noah and try and keep up with him and have a rest. So Noah's got a good turn of pace. It looked like Blake underestimated that for a little bit there. He had to get out the saddle and get onto him. So Noah come around to collect these points. Now we're starting to see a bit of work out of the field as they realise the danger of having two riders like Blake Quick and Noah Blennon out the front working together collecting points. These two guys together can ride away with this if the field doesn't come after them quite soon. So Blake collects those points there, and then he flicks the elbow, he swings up, and Noah just pulls through for a turn. These guys have got probably 1/3 of a lap over the field at the moment, so Noah's coming around here. Noah will collect some points. Blake's already got a handful, so he's quite happy to let Noah have some. So Noah collects those points, he swings up and drops back in behind Blake. Bit of organisation out of the field at the back at the moment, but basically the leaders are half a lap ahead of the field at the moment. Liam's on the front, and he's starting to drive the pace. Bernie Swartz starting to struggle to hang onto the wheel there of Cam Tipple in front of him. Cam swings up, Bernie swings up. Cam swings back down again. Alex just bridging across at the moment. But those two leaders now, they're coming around. If this keeps on, the leaders will be able to see the bunch in a couple of laps' time. So Noah gets some points and drops down behind Blake at the moment. Blake and Noah going over the pursuit line in the back straight. The bunch only just now getting to the pursuit line. So no real chase from the bunch at the moment. Alex Hughes swings off the front. Cam Tipple looking across. He tucks arrow and he tries to lift that pace at the moment. He swings off the front. Rowan is at the front. He's trying to do a turn, but he looks across and he realises where the other two are. These two riders now, every time they come into the straight, they have the bunch in sight at the moment, so I'm not sure what's going to happen here. I don't think the bunch are going to waste too much energy trying to pull that gap back. They'll just let them take the lap and then they'll start fighting for points again. We've still got 20 laps to go. Blake and Noah are in the same straight as the bunch at the moment. Cam's on the front. He's just keeping some tempo going at the moment. He's followed by Rowan, who's followed by Liam, who's followed by Alex. Bernie Swartz still in there, but he's fighting really hard just to hold the wheels. He just swings up and he's going to stay at the back and just rest and keep himself out of too much hassle. Noah leading across there at the moment. He got another point. He swings up. Him and Blake have a quick chat. Blake now leading Noah. And they're really, really close to this bunch at the moment. They've got not too far to go at all. Blake takes those points. He swings up. Noah comes through to the front, and there's maybe 30 metres in this thing. They've taken this lap now. There's no way the bunch is going to pull that back. And as I say that, Liam Walsh has decided he's going to try, and he hits the front, he drops arrow, and he absolutely pins it. He doesn't want these guys to take the lap. And now Noah and Blake have to put the throttle down, otherwise all that work, it won't be for nothing, but they were desperate to take that lap in the end there, I think. The gap's actually between the bunch and the lead group has blown back out again. Liam swings up, Alex swings up, Cam swings up. All the pace comes out of the main bunch again, and the gap comes back down. So Liam drops down again and tries to go for it. Then he swings back up again, and the bunch are looking behind them. They realise how close the leaders are now, and they're not going to invest the energy. And with that, the leaders take the lap. Noah swings back up onto the back of the bunch, and Blake just keeps on with the pace down the bottom. Everyone comes back together now. There's two riders off the back at the moment, and Keely and Bernie, but the rest of the bunch is together. Now Alex Hughes comes to the front and he turns the pace on. He's followed by Liam Walsh, who's quickly marked by Blake Quick. Then he's followed by Noah Blennon, and then you have Rowan and Cam. Cam Tipple looks like he's really starting to feel the pressure of this race there. His body language is suggesting that he's really struggling, and he's giving a lot to try and keep this pace going. So Alex Hughes has got a bit of a gap off the front at the moment with 12 laps to go, so he's going to come around to collect some points. Rowan's chasing after him. He swings up, gives it to Noah. Noah swings up, who hands it to Blake. Blake swings up. So it looks like Alex is going to keep this gap for at least another lap, maybe 2, and collect some more points. So Alex has settled into his rhythm now, and he's pushing along at a comfortable rhythm. He's looked over his shoulder and decided the gap's not big enough, and there's a lot more racing to go today, and he swings up, just having been happy to collect some points. So we've got Noah on the front again, pushing the pace. He collects some points, followed by Blake, followed by Rowan, then followed by Alex and Liam. Just a little bit off the back there at the moment, but he'll just squeeze back up onto the back of them. So Blake driving the pace again at the moment. 9 laps to go. And then Rowan comes over the top for some points. He's quickly followed by Alex Hughes, and there's a bit of a gap back to the other 3 riders there. So Cam there just probably looking to hop back in with someone. He's going to hop back in with the bunch. And then Rowan gets those points there. He swings up. Alex Hughes comes through. And these 2 guys are just going to swap off turn and collect points for as long as they can. Alex really pushing that pace at the moment. He's first year under 23, and he gets a point. He swings up and he drops in behind Rowan. Rowan and him are just working effectively. Now Liam Walsh has seen the danger, and he's trying to organise the bunch to push after them again. Cam Tipple's there, but he just doesn't have the legs for this pace at the moment. He's in survival mode, so he swings up and he drops back in. Blake at the back. Noah swings up, flicks the elbow. Liam pushes through again. About a quarter of a lap from Alex Hughes and Rowan back to the bunch. Alex and Rowan coming up to just lap a couple of riders. Alex takes those points there as he swings up and gives the front to Rowan. The bunch starting to close that gap down a little bit at the moment. Only 5 laps to go at the moment, but the sense of urgency seems to have come out of the chase at the moment, and they've resided themselves just to ride tempo. Alex glancing up at the scoreboard there, having a look at where the points are, trying to figure out where he is in the standings. He comes back to the front now with Rowan behind him. Cam swings up. Blake's taken up the chase at the moment, followed by Noah and followed by Liam. Bernie's stuck in no man's land. He's probably a lap down. Another point for Alex Hughes there at the moment. So at the moment, Blake Quick's winning it, followed by Noah Blennon, followed by Alex Hughes. So a very big lead of Noah and Blake over the rest of the field, but I'm sure Alex will want to try and tie up that 3rd position at the moment. Another point for Alex. The bunch still chasing them, but they're getting to the point where it's almost looking like a pursuit at the moment. So Rowan putting the hammer down a little bit there and just forming a little bit of a gap between himself and Alex. And here comes the bell lap now. And it looks like Alex is content to just soft pedal this last lap with Rowan. The field are coming, but even if they weren't so fatigued and had legs to sprint, they're not going to close that gap down. So Alex and Rowan just roll into the line together. And Rowan will just let Alex roll over the top there and get a point. And then that is that race. And there's another tempo taking a heavy toll on the legs of the riders on the Velodrome. So that looks like Blake Quick will take that one out, followed by Noah, followed by Alex, followed by Rowan. So next up we have the graded hare and hound race. It'll be 8 laps.
So it's funny, Oscar goes, I don't need my road bike. Look what he's on there. Yeah, I've only done 1 race the week, so I'm good. Is this a graded race we got here? Yeah.
So the graded hare and hound group just making their way to the fence at the moment. They'll be sorted into their groups. The elite men just rolling around the duck board. All of them looking really knackered after another hard race.
Okay. All right. So is that a front issue? Okay, I'll go on the tape. And I'll go on front, whatever bunch starts first.
All right, so everyone just rolling around to take their positions in this hare and hound. Like I said before, if anyone's looking for any more track racing between here and Christmas next weekend, there is track racing at Nerang Velodrome from 3 p.m. And during the week, there is training here at Meares Velodrome Tuesday nights, Wednesday nights and Thursday nights, split up between Billy's, UQ and Balmoral. Balmoral sessions also sometimes will contain some team pursuit and team sprint training for those interested in doing that or learning how to do that.
I'll get some riders. I've got them.
So this hare and hound will be 8 laps, sorry. Hare and hound will be 8 laps, and then we'll be back into the Omniums again with the eliminations.
3, I'm good. I'll just go with the flow. How are you doing?
And we're underway in racing here with the hare and hound. So the front group is the hare, the rear group is the hound. Basically, the rear group has to catch the front group if they want any chance of being competitive in the sprint. So we've come up with 7 laps to go right now, and they're pretty well neck and neck. Having said that, the pace is just dialed up in the hound group now with, surprise, surprise, Corey Bodington's on there just absolutely smashing it. And he is closing that gap at an absolute rate of knots. It won't be too long now before he's bridged across to them. And hopefully he's got some legs left when he gets there, because there's some people in that front group that can actually sprint quite fast. But he's pretty well there already, and knowing him, he's probably not even going to wait. He's probably going to go around them. And right as I say that, he swings up. He may have a rest and then decide to launch again. He is a real attacking rider. He really likes to go for it. Now Chris Mullins, by the looks of it, has decided to go off the front, and he remembers that he's a sprinter and swings up. And they're all spread out across the track at the moment. No one really keen to do anything. They've still got a kilometre to go at the moment. Corey's at the front, but he swings up. Madison Smith at the front now. Chris Mullins on the outside of her. Ella Liang behind Chris Mullins. Graham Ward catching up now. Now they start to form up into a big group again. So you got 3 laps to go with Madison Smith on the front, followed by Graham Ward, followed by Josh Nixon, followed by Ella Liang. Then you've got Chris there, and you've got Corey Bodington there, and Jay moving up around the outside. Everyone just looking at each other, and this is turning into a massive sprint derby at this point. Graham Ward tries to move around the outside. Ella at the bottom of the track looking up at Graham and Madison Smith. They've got some height. Graham's going to launch an attack now as they come for 2 to go. Ella Liang responds, just coming up onto Graham's wheel, followed by Chris Mullins, followed by Jay Dorabun. But Jay's not going to sit on their wheel. He's decided to take the bull by the horns, and he's launched around the outside. And he's got a massive gap at the moment. Ella's there coming after him with everything she's got, but the gap's fairly decent, and he doesn't look to be getting tired. Chris Mullins is starting to get tired. Josh Nixon's coming out there outside of Chris. Chris has stood out of the saddle and kicked. Ella is still chasing after Jay. She hasn't got enough track left to catch him, and Jay's going to win this one convincingly. Ella is trying to mow him down, but she doesn't quite get there. Josh Nixon comes over the top of Chris at the line, followed by Graham Ward. followed by Madison Smith, then Glenn Searle, then Robert from Bundy.
Oh, elimination. Okay, so back of the race. What do you want me to do? Lap?
All right, now we're back into our Omnium. Third event of the Omnium now, the elimination.
Okay, I'll just check.
One of the most exciting races you'll see on the Velodrome when a competitive field is out there. If everyone's evenly matched, it can be have you on the edge of your seat wondering who's going to get eliminated. So in the elimination race, the judging for who's eliminated is done from the rear of the back wheel of the rider. So often what will happen is riders will go to the line, and as soon as their front wheel hits the line, they turn the gas off thinking they're safe. And if someone's pretty well on their hip and beside them and they keep on the pedals, they can be eliminated because they didn't keep pedaling until their rear wheel is across the line. So we have the under 15 men and women combined out there at the moment. As we've seen so far today, Ethan Lee just takes up the front of the bunch. That's where he wants to be. He wants to control the pace of the race. He wants to make sure people have to go around him rather than him going around. So that they're stretched out in the line. Ethan's now swung up now, but he's still keeping himself at the front. Patrick Richardson is squeezed up underneath Ethan. Felix is following Ethan. Seb Uri is now sneaking up around the outside there. And we've got Winter Bradshaw in there, Dell Dixon, Georgia Dowling and Hannah Gregorio. Isla Tompkinson down the bottom. And there goes the bell to start the elimination. Now Georgia pushes her way to the front. She doesn't want to be caught at the back, so she pushes over the top. She's ahead of everyone else in the bunch at the moment, so she could move down the track, but Patrick is starting to squeeze up underneath her as well. So Georgia's safe at the moment. She's at the front. Patrick's underneath her. Ethan's behind there. Hannah coming around up the outside, and Isla getting caught at the bottom, so Isla will be out. And there's the bell again. These riders get eliminated every second lap in championship events on 250 metre tracks. So Georgia's still pushing at the front there. Ethan moving around the outside of her. Patrick picking up the pace underneath her. But the real competition at the moment is at the back. So you've got Hannah there and you've got Seb there. Seb's going around the outside. Hannah's gone low, but she's going to have nowhere to go. She's going to get stuck. Having said that, and there we go. Hannah had nowhere to go there, and Seb was able to push around the outside. So Hannah's now out. The pace is starting to lift a little bit now. And as you can see, they're going to come up for the bell again. Young Seb at the back there. That's a position fraught with danger. He needs to be able to make sure he can go high. He needs some room to run over there. He needs to get up and around Georgia at the moment. Georgia fighting really hard to make sure she stays ahead of him. He's pushing up under her onto Adele's wheel. Georgia's starting to struggle a little bit there. She's going to go low. She could ride herself into a box here. And as they come up to the line, who's it going to be? And Georgia couldn't get there. She's going to be out this time round. Ethan taking control of the front of the race at the moment. Patrick sitting behind him and just under him. Winter Bradshaw has locked herself in on Ethan's wheel. She's followed by Felix and Adele with Seb at the back. They're going to come around and get the bell again now. And they're going to be some tired legs there now. Can Seb save himself from elimination again by sneaking through? The pace is really on now. He needs to get up and over if he's got the legs to do it. Patrick's starting to look tired. He's out of the saddle. He's kicking down the inside, trying to survive. Seb's at the back as well, following Adele. And it looks like he's pushing pretty hard. He's pushing pretty hard, but he won't get there. Seb will be out this lap round. Ethan on the front just keeping that pace high. He doesn't want to be surging every lap and having to battle people. So he's just going to sit at the front keeping that pace high. Winter's locked in on his wheel. Felix locked in on her. Patrick locked in behind him. And Adele there behind. The bell rings. The three riders at the back cast their heads around to have a look at each other to see if anyone's going to do anything. Ethan keeps the pace on. Winter just has a look over her shoulder now. She makes sure she's got room to get out if she needs to. And she doesn't quite need to yet. The pace is high enough. Patrick pushing up the outside, but Adele's got nowhere to go, and Adele will be out this lap round. Always dangerous going low, because once you ride up to the people in front of you, you've got nowhere to go. So we're down to 4 riders left now in this elimination race. Ethan Lee, Winter Bradshaw, Felix Henderson and Patrick Richardson. Winter just locked in on Ethan's wheel, but she needs to give herself some room to get out at the moment. Going low is a dangerous thing like we've seen before. She comes up now, she gets out of there, and she's got somewhere to go. Patrick trying to charge late. He's trying to get over the top of Winter, but he's not going to get there, and Patrick Richardson is out. So now we're down to our final 3 riders in this one. Ethan still sitting on the front of this race, just keeping that tempo nice and high, making it difficult for people to come around him. Felix sitting in behind him, having a rest. Winter sitting in behind Felix, having a rest. They're coming around for the bell again. Ethan just has a look over his shoulder, and then he decides to turn the pace on, just in case he doesn't want to be caught at the bottom when they roll over him. Felix pushing hard to try and get over Ethan. Winter pushing hard to try and get up over Felix. She's starting to surge up through turn 3 and 4. Will she have the legs to come over the top of Felix? No, she can't get there. So Winter's out. Just 2 riders left now in this. Ethan moves up the track for the first time today, and he's starting to position himself just behind Felix. The pace comes right out of this as it turns more into a sprint race, and Felix is just looking over his shoulder. The bell rings and Ethan decides to kick. He wants to go long. He's going to take this a whole lap. Ethan rolls over the top of Felix, and he just gets aero and gets on with it. And there's a gap there, but Felix is fighting back, but it's going to be too far on this track because this is a front runner's track. So Ethan just keeps his pace. Felix is fighting, but he's not going to get there. And Ethan Lee's going to take out this elimination. Next up on track, we have our under-17 women's elimination. And the under-17 women roll away now. Ava leads them out, followed by Hannah, followed by Maddie DS, followed by Elise. As they roll around, Ava swings up, lets Hannah roll underneath, and just sits on the hip of Hannah. They get the bell now for the first elimination. All 4 girls take a look at each other, wondering who's going to launch the pace first. Elise starting to move around the outside. Maddie DS is boxed in down the bottom. She's starting to travel backwards. I think she's going to want to try and get out, but I don't know if she's going to have time. Elise trying to move around the outside at the moment. The pace increases, and that'll be Maddie DS. She had nowhere to go, trapped down the bottom there. All right, so 3 left, and they'll be coming around to the bell. Hannah being on the outside there, and Ava on Hannah on the inside, and Ava on the outside. Elise is going to have no choice but to go around the outside. Going around 2 wide is a long way to go on this velodrome. So she kicks with everything she's got, and the 2 girls in front, they accelerate in the saddle and they push and they try and make sure that she will not get them on the line, and she doesn't quite get there. So Elise is out, and it's down to Ava and Hannah. So So Ava really starts pushing the pace now. She comes to the front, she puts Hannah behind her, and she gets the bell. Ava stands out the saddle and kicks and starts to motor. With the increased pace from Ava there, Hannah can't quite hold a wheel at the moment, but she's fighting back, she's chasing after her, and Ava's really digging deep and pushing that gap. So she'll roll across the line and she'll take this elimination out. Next up is the under-17 men's elimination, and it's a massive field, so this is going to be a very long race for whoever wins it, because it's every second lap. So they're looking at high 30s for the laps in their race at whoever wins this elimination. So when you have a big bunch, a really big bunch, obviously it gets a lot harder to move around the outside. You've seen in the smaller bunches some people play it from the back and just roll over the top in the sprints and get away with it. Can do it in these big bunches as well, but obviously the risk is a lot higher that you're going to get jammed out and have nowhere to go. All right, the under-17 men get underway now. Cruz camps on the front, followed by Riley, followed by OJ, followed by Harrison, followed by Hunter, then Cam, then Flynn Larkins, then Jacob, then Bryn, Vince, Max, Elliot, Harley, Oscar, Ollie, Uri, and Flynn Jensen. So immediately you see the front of the bunch is cruising at a comfortable pace, but the back of the bunch is a lot of movement and a flurry of speed as people panic about their position and try to move forward because they don't want to be caught out. You don't want to be caught out at the back, and you especially don't want to be caught out at the back at the bottom. You'll get away with it for a couple laps, but then you're going to have to readjust your position. So as this race goes on, the bunch will shift and surge, and people will be at the back, then the front, then the side, and so on and so forth. You can see at the moment there's a rider pushing around at the outside. He doesn't want to be caught at the back. And as we go to the line, that'll be Max Edwards. Just caught with nowhere to go. Now there's a rider off the front and there's another rider chasing. The other, Harley's just going to bridge across to Ollie there. The bunch is led by Cruz with Bryn sitting on his shoulder, followed by Harrison and Riley. Jacob moving up around the outside. There's a big surge around the outside now. Anyone in that middle may find themselves having nowhere to go pretty soon. In fact, that's a definite. Anyone at the outside or the inside, they really need to move up. And then we see that big surge around the outside at the moment, and looks like Harrison. So Harrison getting caught out there. Harrison Dowling, you're out. Oliver Uri sitting on the front with Hunter Davis sitting on his hip. There's a bit of a pocket there down the bottom where no one's filling because no one wants to be jammed in down there. Then you've got Bryn cruises up and fills that pocket. Got people moving around the outside again. OJ looks like he's caught out at the back as well. Riley's sitting back a little bit, but he's got the legs to surge up the outside. OJ surges up the outside. Few people getting caught down the bottom there. There's that big surge around the outside. So Riley's at the back. Vince is at the back. Flynn Jensen's at the back, and it looked like Vince...
that was.
No, Flynn Jensen.
Flynn is in Balmoral.
The pace settles back down again. Ollie Uri doing a good job. You just sit on the front there and keep himself out of trouble at the moment. We've got all the ones at the back that are playing the sprint game and rolling the dice at the moment. People caught in the centre there as well. They're bunching up and surging through. You can see a few riders there just sneaking their way through some cheeky gaps that are there, and there's a few riders now caught at the back again that have to take the risk and surge up to that line. And who's it going to be this time? Oscar Winchester caught down the bottom. Oliver Uri still commanding the pace on the front at the moment, with Hunter Davis sitting on his hip and Cruz jammed up behind them. Now Cam Franks goes for it, making the move. He's decided he doesn't know how many people are left there, so he's just going to hit the pace and get himself to the front where he knows he's out of trouble. And it's a good little hit because it stretched them out in a big long line. They're not bunched up anymore. The good thing about it being stretched out is there's plenty of room to move yourself out of trouble. And that was 97 Jacob Cork that time. Ollie back on the front again. Cam nestling himself into second position, giving himself room to get out of there if he needs to. Cruz up on him, followed by Hunter up on him. Harley down the bottom there towards the back. And then you've got Brennan Riley pushing up the outside with Flynn Larkins on their wheel. OJ coming up behind them along with Elliot King and Vince Bell. And there's that big surge to the line we see again. And number 75 wasn't going to get there. He's out now. This bunch is whittled down in size now. They're starting to get a lot of room on the track. Vince Bell, you are out. So we come around again to get the bell. Ollie Uri still working hard on the front there. Elliot King at the back now. You can see a lot of heads looking around now, wondering where they're going to go. They're running out of room now, and they need to fight their way forward in the bunch now. This is getting to the part of the race where you don't want to be finding yourself at that back fighting too much more. So there's a big surge yet again for the line, and it's going to be close. And I think that was Cruz Kemps. And yes, Cruz Kemps is out. And here we come up for the bell again. The same people working hard on the front. And there's a lot of riders trapped, but there's a big push now. A lot of room opening up to get through gaps and get yourself out of trouble. So riders now have to make sure they're sitting up nice and high and they got gaps to get out and they don't get boxed in. And you can see the big surge coming from the back again as riders desperately try not to be out. And that'll be Elliot King that time, was last across the line there. And we still see Oliver Uri just setting this pace every lap in and lap out. He's just sitting there. With a surge comes and he keeps himself out of trouble. Bunch getting thin now. Riders starting to look very, very tired. There's not a lot of places to go now. And there's going to be a big surge to the line here yet again. Not so many gaps this time, but everyone's squeezing up as they fight for it. And there's a big, big push to the line now, and who's it going to be? And that looks like it might have been Cam Franks. And that was really close. Now they're getting closer and closer together each lap that we have these sprints, as people get more and more desperate and fight harder and harder to stay in this race. And Ollie lifts the pace again as people try to move over his hip. He's having the ride of his life today in this race. He's just getting there and he's pushing to the line, and there's a big surge to the line again. And oh, that was close. Oh. All right, Bryn. So riders need to remember too in these bike races that blue band technically isn't part of the track. If you go up the blue band, even if you're ahead of people, you will be out. Down to a very small bunch of riders now. And you can see heads dropping. They're realising they're having to kick yet again. You can see it in the body language now. This race is taking a toll on the riders, and there's a big, big, big push to the line, but there's people trapped down the bottom again. Who's it going to be? And that'll be Hunter Davis. Now we're down to our final 5. This is the business end. This is where the fatigue starts to set in. This is where just the simplest mistake, because you're a little bit tired, is going to cost you and you're going to be out. And we still see Ollie Uri on the front, fighting on, keeping this pace going, just battling every time there's a surge. And here comes the surge down the back straight now, but I think Ollie Uri has given all that he can give today. What a tremendous ride from that young man. He's fighting on, he's trying to keep with them, but he just doesn't have the legs to get there at the moment. And now we're into our final 4. OJ has a look over the shoulder. He wants to see how many people are left. He's sitting on the inside, but he's got no one in front of him blocking his way. Now the bell rings again. The pace starts to ramp up. Everyone's fighting on. Flynn Larkin's pushing around the outside of OJ at the moment. Riley pushing up the outside of Flynn. Harley trying to find somewhere to get through, but he's tucked in down low and he's going to have to find a gap. And he finds a gap, and there's a surge to the line. And that was Flynn Larkins. So now we're down to our final 3. Oliver Jordan, Riley Dixon, and Harley Bradshaw. And the bell rings again. Harley's been sneaking through. Sprint after sprint after sprint. Does he have another one in him to sneak over these 2 riders? OJ starts to move. Riley starts to move. Harley's out the saddle again. He's powering at the back of him, but I don't think he's got anywhere to go. And he doesn't. He sits it up at this one. Now we're down to the last 2. They take it straight to the fence. They're going to turn this thing into a match sprint. Riley looking over his shoulder to see where OJ is. OJ stalking Riley. He just ducks under Riley at the moment. He wants to keep Riley nice and high to the fence and control when this sprint starts. He looks over his shoulder. He has a look at Riley. Riley starts to back off, looking for somewhere to go. The bell rings and Riley decides to run along the fence. He gets the kick on OJ, but OJ can't quite respond to the turn of speed from Riley Dixon, and Riley Dixon powers it down the back straight, and OJ realises he can't get there and he sits it up, and Riley Dixon is going to take out this under-17 men's elimination race.
Women, elite and women.
Okay, tell me when I've done it.
You all This is Bella. Sure.
Now we have our combined under-19 and elite women on the fence for their Omnium elimination. And Sienna Monteith leads them away. There's 4 riders that weren't even prepared to get going and be part of this bike race, and there's a massive gap. Bunch up. And as they get back together, the whistle blows for them to start the race. And the bell rings and we're going to have our first elimination. So Gabrielle Tomas in a bit of danger there. Eden Seeley Cunnington and April Paddy all in a little bit of danger there. But it'll be Eden Seeley Cunnington that's out. Bella moves to the front of this race, followed closely by Meg Russell and Sienna. Maddie moving around the outside of Bella, closely stalked by Jackie Mangler-Moore. Then you've got Grace, April and Gabrielle at the back, and they're going to be the three that are in a bit of trouble. Grace is nice and low, but which means she's got nowhere to go. So if April can roll through, Grace might be the one in the hot seat to be out. And that's Grace Hunter. Meg Russell comes over the top now and she decides to set the pace. Sienna Monteith quickly moves up onto her wheel. Jackie Mangler-Moore moving around the outside now. This bunch moving around like a bit of a washing machine at the moment. And there's Bella pushing up the outside as well. Madison Taylor, Ella Whitehouse and April all in danger at the back there at the moment. April tries to push along the outside, and will she get there? She doesn't quite do it. So that is April Paddy out. Bella Potts on the front now, leading the race, followed closely by Meg Russell. Sienna Monteith behind her, followed by Madison Taylor. Then at the back, we've got Jackie Mangler-Moore, Ella Whitehouse and Gabrielle Tomas. The bell goes again. Big surge coming from the back of that bunch around the outside, and then it settles back down as they think they're safe. Ella has to move up the track, and she's hoping to be able to push around the outside and get herself out of trouble at the moment. So is she going to have the legs to get there? Not quite. Bella's still on the front now with Sienna just sitting on her hip. Meg sitting up behind Bella. Madison moving around up the outside of Sienna, followed by Jackie and Gabrielle. No real pace coming into this sprint at this lap yet. And now Gabrielle makes a move around the outside. Jackie moves up around the outside. Meg Russell with nowhere to go at the moment, but she hasn't got the height. She's got a bit of room to squeeze along the front, but she has to hope the surge isn't too quick, which it's not. So that'll be Meg Russell that's out there. Gabrielle lives to fight another lap. And here we go now. Bella's still sitting on the front with Sienna on her hip. Jackie moving up around the outside at the moment. They've got Madison behind them. Gabrielle behind Madison. Madison starts to try and kick around the outside. Gabrielle gets out the saddle and kicks as well. But she's really got nowhere to go at the moment either. So she tries to go low and she hopes that she can get ahead of Maddie. Maddie pushing hard, coming to the line now. I'm not quite sure if she got there. And that's it. Gabrielle Thomas is out. And we are down to 4. Madison moving up around the outside now. They're 3 best at the front there. Jackie sitting behind them now. And then a bit of a surge of pace from Sienna and Madison. And Bella gets caught out. Jackie moves around the outside. Bella's pushing back down along the inside, but she doesn't really have anywhere to go at the moment. And she's going to get caught out. If Jackie pushes up around the outside, Bella's going to have nowhere to go. So Jackie pushes on the pedals and that's it. Bella had nowhere to go and she's out of this one. Now we're down to our final 3. And our final 3 will be Madison Taylor, Sienna Monteith and Jackie Mangler-Moore. So Sienna just sitting at the bottom there. Madison on the hip. Jackie's just tucking in behind them again to get a bit of rest. She'll wait till she hears that bell and then she'll go for it again. There goes the bell. Madison Taylor stands up and kicks. Sienna stands up and kicks. At the moment, Jackie just sitting there choosing to move down the inside, but she's going to get boxed out of this here if she's not careful. So Madison and Sienna really pushing on the pedals. Jackie just happy to sit there at the moment. She's going to try and push through, and then she realises she's got nowhere to go. So Jackie's out now, and it's down to our final 2. It's Sienna and Madison. So they both move up above the stayers line at the moment, just riding shoulder to shoulder. They'll wait to hear that bell, and then one of them is going to launch. So there goes the bell. Sienna looking over her shoulder at Madison. Madison just riding along looking at Sienna. Sienna still just watching Madison, and then Sienna stands up and kicks, and she goes for it. Madison tries to counter, but she's getting back up onto Sienna's wheel, but I don't think she's going to have the legs to get over it. So she pushes up. She's coming up high in turn 4, but she can't get there, and Sienna holds her off to win that one. So we have our under-19 men on the fence now for their elimination race. We're just going to wait for first aid to return. Absolute mountain of racing today for all these riders. All right, and the under-19 men now are out on track for their elimination race. Georgie Tucker sitting at the front there, followed by Sam Hilditch. And Sam's followed by Lockie. They're all sitting fairly high. Oscar Schoff is sitting under them at the bottom of the track, but he's sitting a little bit back at the moment. And there goes the bell. No real big moves at the moment, just a little bit of extra pressure on the pedals, and you can see a move coming around up the outside, someone desperate to get out of trouble. And are they going to get there? Yes, they will. So that will be Will Holzberger that's out now. George still sitting at the front there, sitting at that higher position. Bell rings again. George just picks the pace up a little bit. Everyone rolling along at the moment. Oscar still sitting low there, but sitting a little bit back. Rory up behind him. Rory's in a bit of a predicament, and so is Kale. They don't really have a lot of room to go, and the surge is coming around the outside. Does Felix have the legs to get there, though? And that will be Kale now. Kale is out. Georgie Tucker still sitting on the front there. Bell rings again. Sam starts to creep towards the front. He's coming underneath George now. George is lifting the pace, and Sam's just sitting there. Lockie coming up on him at the moment too. No one really challenging George at this point at the moment. The three at the back are in a bit of trouble now. It's a drag race between all three of them to get there. Big surge from Felix. And it looks like Oscar Schoff was out there. So Oscar's out. Felix has got to find some legs and push back onto the back of this bunch, maybe push straight over the top of them. And the bell goes again. George still on the front there. Sam and Lockie happy to sit behind him at the moment. Zach just sitting behind them. Then you've got a battle between Rory and Felix at the back. So really, Felix leaving his run late again, and he's just decided that no, he's not going to get there. And George still ticking away tempo at the front with everyone sitting behind him. So now we're down to George, Sam, Zach, Lachlan and Rory. Big surge underneath from Sam. Lockie's out the saddle now. Zach is just putting some pressure on the saddles now, on the pedals now. Rory's trying to push through underneath, and it's a battle between Rory and Zach, and Rory won't get there. Now it's just down to the four of them. Lachlan and Sam reforming behind George, having a bit of a rest. Zach coming through underneath, pushing it through. The bell rings, the sprint kicks underway. Zach's got a bit of a gap now. Sam and Lachlan pushing through. George just falling in behind them, but he's surging back at them at the moment. He's trying to push around the outside. Is he going to be able to get there? He's really pushing, but he's just not going to have the legs to be able to do it. So they push, we've got three remaining, and Zach, Sam and Lachlan. Zach pulls up, Sam pulls up, Lachlan pulls up. They duck around and weave around the track. Zach starts to turn the pace on. Sam starts to come after Zach. Lachlan comes after Sam. They're coming after him. They're mowing him down. A big turn of pace from Sam there now. He's coming up on him really quick. He's going to push up over him. He's up to his back wheel. He's coming up over his hip. It's between the three of them now. They're all pushing to the line. And Zach didn't quite get there. Those two surged him right on the line. Now it's down to Lachlan and Sam. They take to the top of the track. It's starting to turn into a sprinter's affair. And these two boys can really sprint. Lockie looking over his shoulder, the bell rings. Lockie looks down, he looks up. Sam pushes up onto his hip. They start to stand up. They're moving right along the fence at the moment, nice and close. The pace is coming right out of it, and they're just watching each other. And Lachlan makes the first move. Sam reacts. There's a bit of a gap. Sam's trying to get on top of this gear. Lachlan's got the burst of speed in the gap, and Sam realises he's not going to get there. Lachlan comes across to claim the victory. And now we have the elite men coming up on the fence for their elimination race. This race is the race that can turn the Omnium points on its head in any field. And the elite men are off and rolling. Got Alex and Noah at the front, Blake just behind them. They're still rolling around on the duckboard. They work their way up onto the track in a single line. We've got Alex at the front, followed by Blake, then Noah, then Rowan, then Liam, then Cam, then Keely and Bernie. So Noah starts to move up onto the hip of Blake. Liam starts to make a move around the outside. Cam's following Liam. They haven't quite got the bell yet. There's the bell now. Blake comes to the front. Liam on the outside of Alex. Blake on the front sitting high. Cam trying to squeeze up the outside. Alex is there underneath. Liam goes down and underneath. Keely and Bernie pushing along up the outside. Rowan coming over the top at the back. Liam going low. And there's a push at the back already. And it looks like that might have been Keely. Yep, and Keely is out. Noah hits the front now. Pushing the pace, followed by Alex. Liam on Alex's wheel, Bernie coming around the outside, Blake behind him, Cam behind him, and Rowan pulling up the rear. The bell goes again. Noah has a look over his shoulder. He just puts a bit more pressure on those pedals. Alex starts to move out. Liam's coming around the outside, followed by Blake. Cam's coming underneath. Rowan's coming up the back. He's just pushing around out the outside of Bernie, and that'll be Bernie out in this one. Noah staying on the front, followed by Alex. Liam coming over the top of Cam now, trying to latch onto Alex. He's looking over his shoulder. Blake's behind him. Cam trying to move up the outside there. Rowan just sitting off the back a little bit. The bell's gone. Rowan's starting to dial up his pace, but I don't know if he's dialed up enough to come over the top of anyone yet, so we'll see what happens. He's coming up on Cam now. Cam's decided to go low. Rowan's just going to come over the top of Cam, and that'll be it for Cam. But they keep pace on now. Noah keeps pressure on the pedal, so does Alex, and there's 4 there. There's a bit of a gap between the front 4 and Rowan now. The bell goes again. Is Rowan going to surge at them again? Blake coming up around the outside there. Alex squeezing through there as well. Rowan coming around the outside. It looks like Liam might be trapped at the back there. Four left now. Rowan's been picking them off. So now we've got Noah, Alex, Blake and Rowan. They come around again for the bell. Noah puts some pressure on those pedals and increases the pace. Alex and Blake follow him. Rowan, but he's coming up pretty quick from the rear again. You think he's not going to get there each time, and then he just comes flying over the top. And here comes Rowan with the turn of pace. The rest of the guys surge, but that'll be Blake. Now it's Noah, Rowan and Alex left. Noah has a look over the shoulder. Alex has a look over the shoulder. They're wondering when Rowan's going to come at them again. They don't put any pressure on the pedals when they get the bell this time. They just keep looking around. Now Alex is out of the saddle. He sits back down. He's looking around to see where Rowan is. And Rowan's starting to launch it now. Alex is going to have to get a move on. And here we go. They're going for the line together. And Rowan and Alex are really pushing it. And, ooh. And Alex Hughes is out in that one. Rowan is just sitting off the back and just dialing it up and just sailing over the top at the last minute. Now it comes down to Rowan and Noah. Rowan hasn't got the run at him this time, but he has decided to launch it first. Noah just a little bit slow to react to the move and get on top of that gear, but now Noah's squeezing right up the back of Rowan, but Rowan just accelerates in the saddle as well. Noah pushes up onto his back wheel, but then he realises he's not going to get there, and he lets Rowan roll through it front. And that's all the eliminations done for that round of the Omnium. We'll move on next to our graded scratch elimination scratch.
I love this game. I'll get up real quick. Said Sean, I'm grabbing that camera out before Emily does. Graded, just a graded scratch race, A and B kind of style. That would be me, sorry. That's around now. Up close footage. Graded. Here he is. Results are up.
Results are up, woman.
Cricket now. Results. Good. Go cricket. Back to the cricket, please.
All right, now scratch elimination. Scratch is up on the fence right now.
There we go. Look at that. 8-14. That's all right.
Fairly smaller field than on the program. It looks like we've got Jay Dorraboon, Ella Liang, Madison Smith,
I've been outvoted in here, Bear.
Chris Mullins, Graham Ward, Matt Wynn, Josh Nixon, Corey Bodington, Glenn Searle, Rob Barth.
No one cares about the elimination.
You're just waiting on the fence to get underway. And this will basically start out as a scratch race, turn into an elimination, then back into a scratch race.
I knew he was having a problem, but just subject to its name.
And we're away. They're making their way up the front straight now. So not a huge turn of pace at the moment, but everyone knows they're going to have to work really hard when the elimination portion of the race takes off. So Jay swings off the front now. Ella does a bit of a turn and swings up as well. Maddie Smith is on the front. She swings up. Chris follows her straight up. Glenn Searle on the front, followed by Rob, followed by Graham, followed by Matt, followed by Corey, then Josh. Really settled, sedate pace. Rob seems to just be setting it at his own pace, and if no one's willing to come over him, then he's just going to ride around at his own pace. 13 laps to go. And cruise along. Rob has a look over the shoulder. No one really wanting to come over the top of him at the moment, so they're just going to continue to ride at that pace.
Isn't Ella just having a roll in the duckboard?
And Rob still leads us out as they roll around, followed by Graham, then Matt. Corey's in there. Glenn as well, Jay, Josh Nixon, Ella, Maddie and Chris bringing up the back of the bunch. Starting to see Corey move around the outside now. Glenn following him, then Jay following him. Maddie's starting to latch onto Jay. Corey's going to start ramping this pace up. I was wondering how long it would take for Corey to tire of doing someone else's pace and decide to do his own. So Corey takes over and he sets the pace. Josh Nixon coming up the outside as well now. He doesn't want to be boxed in anywhere. He doesn't want to be stacked sitting at the back. Maddie Smith at the back, and she's got people 3 wide to get around, but she moves up around the outside now. Graham Ward down low. I think he's going to be the one in danger. Chris has a look over his shoulder and decides that he's safe. He just keeps pedaling his gear at the same pace. Graham trying to make a move around the outside, but Chris just does a seated excel and holds him off. Ride 106, Robert McGrath is out now, and we're coming around for yet another bell. Ella Liang moves around the outside. Corey tries to pace match her and then decides that it's better just to grab her wheel and sit in for the time being. The bunch is actually starting to split apart with the turn of pace that Ella just put on there. So people desperately trying to move up. Graham sat up. He's about 20 metres off the back at the moment. Maddie's about 10 metres off the back. And across the line they go. Maddie Smith is out now. Matthew Wynn making a move around the outside there. Ella starting to lift her pace to answer. Jay coming around the outside as well. Then Corey pushing around the outside as well. Corey's got a bit of a gap off the front at the moment. Matt Wynn and Jay Dorabune trying to come after him. Josh Nixon sitting in behind them. Chris Mullins sitting at the back here now. Now he gets out the saddle and he decides to surge around the outside of Josh Nixon, and that'll be Josh gone. Corey Bodington still with a gap to everyone else, but Jay Dorabune's decided enough of this and he started to lift the tempo and bridge across. Chris Mullins is coming after him. Matty Wynn looks like he's in the world of hurt at the moment. The bell goes again, but Corey swings up. And that's the end of the elimination portion. So we've got left Jay Dorabune, Chris Mullins, Corey. They've got 3 laps to go now. Chris moves up behind Corey. Corey moves along the outside of Jay. Jay having a look over his shoulder now, waiting for something. Corey ducks underneath. Jay kicks. Chris kicks. Corey's got too much gas for Jay. Jay nestles in, and Chris Mullins decides that he's been on the Velodrome for long enough and he's going to soft roll till the end of this bike race. And Corey with a clear cap over Jay. He's just going to keep the hammer down and he'll get to the end of this race. Jay won't be able to latch back onto him. Corey sits up now. He's going to soft pedal to the end of the race. Jay realises he can't catch him and does the same thing. And that is the end of the graded scratch elimination scratch. And now we're back into our Omniums, the final races of the Omniums, the point score. Now these points races, depending on what the points are like, riders can go from 1st to 7th and 7th till 1st. They can completely turn the race on its head. You've got to get to this race with legs to perform well in this race, otherwise it's not going to work out for you. So we have our under 15 combines on track now for a 20-lap points race. Points on 10 and 0. And they're away. Ethan Lee, again, on the front of that bunch as earlier today and every other race he's done today, he's going to take control of the front of the race. They get the whistle and they're underway. Ethan on the front, followed by Felix, followed by Patrick, followed by Winter, followed by Adele, then Seb, then Georgia, then Hannah. Isla Tonkinson has not started this race, so we're one rider short on the other 3 races.
And then I'll go with the next one.
Lots of friendly chit-chatter going out there on the track, so nice and sedate at the moment. Georgia comes through to the front, Hannah behind her, Patrick behind her, Adele, Winter, Felix, Ethan and Seb all sitting high. 18 laps to go at the moment. Not a lot of pace, everyone just looking around at each other, trying to feel each other out and decide who's got the legs now, who's tired. A lot of riders out there with tired legs just trying to conserve as much energy as they can. Hannah comes through to the front at the moment, followed by Felix. She does a turn and swings up. Lets Felix take over. Felix swings up, Patrick swings up. Winter swings up, Adele comes through. This Omnium must be taking a toll on these riders because they all look very unwilling to turn the pace on or do long turns. I think they're all getting very tired out there and they just want to get to that first sprint and see how their legs feel under duress. George is on the front, she's looking left, she's looking right, she's swinging up. Winter's looking over her shoulder as well. Felix looking around, Seb looking around. Seb's starting to move around the outside. Ethan's sitting just a little bit off the back at the moment. No one really wanted to do anything at the moment. George has got off the front, she's looking over her shoulder. She's thinking, should I lift the pace a little bit? She starts to lift the pace a little bit. Everyone forms up behind her in a line. Seb moving up around the outside. Adele deciding to follow him. Georgia swings up, but she doesn't want to go too far back, so she just keeps a bit of pressure on the pedals and sits. Now she's forming up beside Winter. Felix swings up. Patrick follows him up the track. They're all up above the sprinters lane at the moment. Seb moving forward, followed by Adele, Georgia and Ethan. 14 laps to go. A few moves out there like it's a Keirin in Japan from the 1990s. Seb moves to the front now. He has a look at Felix. Felix just starts to lift the pace a little bit. Seb puts a bit more pressure on the pedals as well. Patrick following Felix down the bottom there. Adele, Winter and Hannah all lined up behind Seb. Ethan's sitting high with Georgia. Now Ethan decides to kick. He stands up and goes. Georgia stands up and goes. He dives down across the front of the bunch and he's made his attack. He's made a big gap really, really fast. Felix is trying to go after him. Everyone else is latched onto Felix. Felix swings up. Patrick comes through and swings up. Winter comes through, then she sits back. Then Patrick turns the pace on up high again. Ethan's still got a gap to everyone else. The bell's rung. It's a sprint lap now. Patrick comes to the front. Winter comes after Patrick. Adele comes after Winter. Felix and Hannah are behind them. Then Georgia and Seb. Winter's starting to mow down Patrick. I don't know if she's going to get there in time. She stands and kicks for a second time. Ethan's way out in front. He's going to win this sprint race. Winter's coming at Patrick. Can she get there? She's coming, but she's about to wheel off. Felix and Adele match each other across the line, shoulder to shoulder. I don't know who got that. Patrick swings up now. Winter comes through. Adele's coming over the top. Ethan's still off the front, and the bunch doesn't really seem like they want to chase him at the moment. They've all just gone back into relax mode, and they're all looking at each other again. So Ethan Lee's just going to ride away with this bike race. Adele comes to the front. Winter has a look at her. Adele has a look at her, and then they just move down the track and form up a pace line. Adele on the front, she swings up. Winter comes through. She's got Felix and Patrick behind her. She swings up. Felix comes under her. Patrick moves up. A very real possibility here that Ethan is going to lap this field. There was no interest in chasing him when he went away, and there's no interest in chasing him now, and he is absolutely going to lap this field. there is no action going on out there at the moment. So there we go. Ethan Lee, he wins the first sprint and he takes a lap on the field.
Now the front of the bunch is the front. Like he just gets points, so everyone gets minus. This is the front. Whoever goes.
So Georgia's starting to build a bit of pace up high, and yep, Georgia's going to make a move. And she turns the pace on, but Adele, Hannah and Winter onto her straight away. So she swings up now, and Adele swings up. Hannah pushes through. Patrick, Felix, Ethan and Seb latching onto the girls. Hannah swings up. The pace comes out of it again. Felix rides underneath. Patrick comes down behind Felix, but Winter's already there. And the pace comes right back out of this race again. Half the field out there is probably in survival mode at the moment. It's been a long, hard day for these riders, and this is the final race, and they had a hard day of racing yesterday as well. Ethan coming around the outside, he's going to go again, but Seb goes with him this time. So hopefully young Seb can hang on to Ethan, and Ethan's pushing the pace. Ethan's not willing to sit around. He wants to race. Seb's on him. Hannah's trying to bridge across to Seb. She can't quite get there. She's stuck in no man's land. Felix is chasing. Patrick behind Felix. Felix swings up. Patrick drops the head and the elbows and tries to get across that gap. Georgia follows him. Winter follows Georgia. And Adele bringing up the rear. Felix is knocked onto the back. Hannah gets across to Seb. Ethan swings up. Seb absolutely turns the gas on, and Hannah's struggling to hold his wheel, but she is keeping distance to him. Ethan now has got a gap between himself and Seb. Seb's absolutely driving this at the moment, and Hannah and Ethan are struggling to keep up with him. Seb gets the bell. Seb, he's going for it. Hannah and Ethan are doing everything they can to hang on to him. The bunch is coming. George is leading the way in the bunch. Felix is following her. Winter's moving around the outside, but the bunch is coming now. Ethan's coming around the outside to Seb. Hannah's still trying to hang on to Seb. Ethan's gone. He's going to get this one. Now Seb's finding the line, but Georgia comes over the top, and Georgia takes the bunch sprint, followed by Felix, Winter, then Seb. A ride of dominance from Ethan Lee there, but a great little move from Seb at the end there, and everyone was struggling to hang on to him until that last 50 metres. So confident to say that Ethan Lee will take that Omnium. And here we are now with the under-17 women's 30-lap point score.
I've got it. So it's probably going to also get
Points on 20, 10 and 0.
roll around pretty quickly.
Hannah comes through, pulls her turn and swings up. Elise comes to the front now. Maddie DS in second wheel, followed by Ava. Ava Robbins this year been lucky enough to go over to Europe and do some road racing over there, and from what I understand she had the absolute time of her life racing in Europe. Hannah swinging up now. Elise coming to the front. Maddie sitting in second wheel. Ava back on the front again. just rolling a basic tempo and pace line at this point. They got 30 laps of bike racing ahead of them. A lot of tired legs out there at the moment. The under 17 men are all circling on the infield as well. Just trying to roll any knots out of their legs and get themselves ready for their final race. Elise has a big look over her shoulder there each way and swings off the front. Maddie comes through. Swings up nice and high. Ava has a look and just keeps that pace. She lifts the pace just ever so slightly at the moment, trying to keep them honest. And Hannah comes to the front at the moment, and I'm just wondering how tired these ladies are and if any of them are going to want to launch an attack throughout this 30 laps, or if they're going to be happy to just put it to a sprint each time. So Elise coming to the front now. She swings up. Maddie comes to the front again. Ava on the front, just swinging off the front at the moment. Hannah pushes through, followed by Elise and Maddie DS. So we're pretty well getting towards the pointy end of the day here. These are the last of the Omnium rounds, so big day of racing for everyone. A lot of laps in everyone's legs. The elite men are going to have 100 laps ahead of them when their turn's up. And pace is starting to lift just gradually as the race goes on. They work their way towards their first sprint. Now they're coming around for the first sprint. You can see the two riders moving up around the outside of the other rides. Ava gets out of the saddle and puts the hammer down. Hannah Walters comes after her. Maddie DS coming over the top of Elise. She wants to try and see if she can take some scalps here in this sprint. And she's coming back at Hannah, but I don't know if it's going to be a little bit too far for Maddie at the moment. Ava's going to take this one out, followed by Hannah, followed by Maddie, followed by Elise. No one looking too interested in going on with the pace at the moment. They all sort of swing up and dial the pace back a little bit, and they're probably going to ride pace line to the next sprint.
19 laps still to go. Going wide.
All the sprinters are gathered on the infield at the moment to discuss their endurance day of 20 laps of track riding. Ava on the front again, followed by Maddie, followed by Elise, followed by Hannah.
I kind of get a bit of an infield in when I'm in that shot there. Kind of gets a little bit of a shot with it. But, oh yeah, there's a bit of action going on in that there.
Elise comes through to the front again. Hannah and Maddie sitting a little bit high there for a minute, but they all duck back down and do a pace line. Hannah looks to just dial the pace on a little bit there. Has a look over her shoulder. Everyone's still there. She swings up. Ava comes up behind Hannah. Elise is behind Maddie. Maddie swings up nice and high. Elise comes to the front. Another reminder again coming up too is that there is racing at Nerang next weekend. You got to enter via the Gold Coast entry portal. So racing next weekend at Nerang. There will be racing for sprinters. There will be racing for endurance riders. There will be racing for juniors and elites and masters. It will be a carnival format. So if you're keen for some more track racing and you haven't been on an outdoor in a while, get down to Nerang next weekend. Then obviously over Christmas there's the Tassie Carnivals and the Victorian Carnivals, which are always a lot of fun. We're about 3 laps out from the next sprint. Hannah swings up. Maddie contemplates swinging up, then goes to the front. Hannah launches an attack now. Ava counters that almost immediately and just keeps her on the hip. Ava now moves forward, looking over her shoulder, making sure Hannah's behind her. Maddie's moving forward as well. She doesn't want to have to be chasing in the next sprint. Ava really starts putting some pressure on the pedals now, but they're coming around for the bell now. Ava's out of the saddle and she's kicking. Hannah Walters is kicking hard over the top now. Elise and Maddie are in a drag race at the moment, but Maddie surges and Elise can't quite get over the top of it. But Elise has a huge surge coming from somewhere and she's coming up around the outside of Maddie. But Maddie surges again. Ava's surging ahead of the rest of them. And then it goes Ava, Hannah, Maddie and Elise.
With the final sprint to go.
Ava swings up, followed by Hannah. Maddie and Elise go through at the bottom. Ava's building some pace at the top of the track, and now Ava launches an attack and she gets some distance on the other riders. Hannah looks over her shoulder. Elise decides to chase. Hannah's coming after Elise. Maddie DS is in a bit of trouble now. This is a long way for Maddie. She likes a nice short bike race. So Ava's going for it. Elise is coming after Ava. Hannah's sitting on Elise. Elise swings up. Hannah starts to push through. Elise drops down onto Hannah's wheel. And Maddie DS is just 10 metres off the back of them at the moment. Ava keeps on with this pace. There's 7 laps to go. And Ava's going to see how far she can get away from these girls IPing it off the front of the bunch. Elise swings up from her turn. Hannah jumps out of the saddle and increases the pace. Maddie DS is back with the other 2 girls now. So there's 3 of them there that can try and work together to see if they can ring Ava back. Ava just seems to be riding just a systematic tempo at the moment. Her cadence isn't changing at all. She's just sitting there holding that same speed. Elise gives a flick of the elbow. Hannah's on Maddie DS's wheel. Maddie DS comes through for a turn. Everyone's starting to look very tired out there. The heads are starting to drop. The shoulders are starting to hunch. And Ava's just keeping pressure on the pedals, seeing how far ahead she can get. She's got 5 laps to go now, and she's got it out to nearly half a lap at this point. So Hannah stands out the saddle and she kicks. She's chasing after Ava with everything she's got. And she's put a gap into Elise and Maddie. Elise stood out the saddle now and she's kicked, trying to bridge back to Hannah. And Maddie DS is just pushing. She's lost about 10 metres ground on the other 2 ladies there. Ava's still ticking away that same tempo she's been ticking away for the last few laps at the moment. You know, inside the last kilometre at this point. She's getting out to, it's still about half a lap at this point. Hannah pushing the pedals again, and they're still sitting at half a lap. It's almost like a pursuit. Ava's cadence appears to be just unwavering at the moment. The girls chasing seem to be surging a little bit in their pursuit of her. Hannah swings up. Elise pushes through. Maddie DS is just off the back of those 2 girls. She's not really losing any ground, but she's really struggling to just cut through the wind and get across to them. Hannah stands out the saddle again, trying to increase that pace. Ava's out to a little bit over a half a lap at this point. So Ava's just pushing ahead. Hannah swings up. Elise tries to push through. Maddie's still trying to get across to them. They're starting to look very tight in that chase group. Ava's coming past, getting the bell, and her cadence has not changed for like the last 6 laps. She's just rhythmically riding a tempo that she's very comfortable with. She's probably got Maddie DS just inside at the moment, so she's going to take this out. Hannah and Elise are getting the bell right now, and they're going for it. Maddie DS got the bell as well. So Hannah's sprinting. Elise is coming after Hannah with everything she got. She's trying to move around the outside. I don't know if she's going to have the legs. She's out the saddle and she's kicking ferociously. She's trying to come up. She's actually coming up onto Hannah's hip, but Hannah kicks in the saddle and stretches it back out and makes sure she gets there. So Ava, Hannah, Elise and Maddie. And that's the conclusion of the Omnium for the under 17 women. On track now, we have the under 17 men for their final event in the Omnium, the under 17 men's points race. Going to be a lot of anxious riders and a lot of frustrated riders in this one that don't have the points they want to have at the moment. So they're really going to want to put their best foot forward in this race and show what they can do and try and see what points they can jag out of this points race. So as they roll away, some stragglers at the back of the bunch that weren't quite ready. Riley Dixon leading them around the track, followed by OJ, followed by Cruz, followed by Hunter, followed by Flynn, followed by Cam, followed by Harry. Then Bryn, Jacob, Harley, Vince Elliott, Ollie Uri, Max Edwards, Oscar and Flynn. I wonder how Ollie Uri's legs are feeling after that mammoth effort he put in on the front of the bunch in that elimination just before. Hopefully his legs are feeling better after a sit down and a roll on the rollers. So no real pace in it at the moment. Everyone just starting to roll around and stretch their legs out and get their legs used to being back on the bike again after a big day. Harry starts to wind the pace up a little bit. The elimination didn't go quite the way he wanted it to go. So I think Harry will be out to not muck around in this race. He'll want some pace on. He'll want gaps to be able to slot into, and he'll want the availability of good positions for the sprints. Now it all bunches up again. No one really willing to turn the pace on yet. Elliot King on the front now. He's starting to dial the pace up. And they're starting to stretch out just a little bit in the middle of the field there. Really long turn from Elliot here, and he's keeping the pace on. Hunter's right up the back of him, followed by Larkins, followed by Uri, followed by Jensen, followed by Winchester. Still 4 laps, till the first of the sprints. At the moment, I think Riley's leading the competition, followed by OJ, then Cruz, then Hunter, then Larkins. So Elliot's still on the front at the moment, just pushing the pace. They're drawn out. He's got them drawn out in the big long line, so the pace is definitely on. Everyone's feeling it. No one's really moving up at the moment. So 2 laps to go and they're going to have the sprint, and he's still just pushing on those pedals with Hunter and Larkins following him. Uri just behind them. So after they come across the finish line, there'll be 1 lap to go to the sprint. The back end of the field is starting to move up now. They want to get themselves up into a good position, ready to sprint. Hunter Davis looking over his shoulder, Larkins looking over, and here comes Riley Dixon moving up the outside. So these riders in the front need to move. They need to make sure they're not getting boxed in and swept away. But that's exactly what happened. They took too long to react. Now they've got to try and latch onto this wave coming over the top and see if they can get some points there. So there's Cruz Kempson there. There's Hunter Davis in there. OJ's there, Bryn's coming around the outside, and people have got to force their way through gaps. There's only points for the top 4 at the moment, so there's a bit of a battle for 4th there, and I don't know who's going to get it, and it looked like Vince Bell got 4th there. Cruz is going to keep going on with this one. He's not going to slow down, as they shouldn't. We should see this pace start to ramp up after that first sprint now, I should hope. Larkins comes to the front, just dials the pace back a little bit. He swings up and hands over to Cam. Cam has a look over his shoulder and swings up and hands over to Oscar. So it's always good to be towards the front when you're coming into a sprint like that, but when that surge comes from the back, you've got to react quickly. If you react too late, you're going to get swept up and have nowhere to go, get caught in, and then have to fight your way out, which you saw happen with a couple riders there. They were just a little late to react and they got caught up in the surge that come over the top of them. Harry's at the front again. He's starting to get a bit of a gap. He's having a look. He's having to think about, should I go or shouldn't I go? Then Cruz puts a bit of a surge on to just make sure he keeps an eye on him. He's coming up onto his wheel. And they both look over their shoulder, and there you go. Harry kicks. Cruz goes with him. It was very smart of Cruz there. You could see he looked up at Harry and he could tell what he was thinking. Harry swings up. Cruz pushes through now. Harry drops down on Cruz's wheel. There's a bunch behind them. The bunch behind them need to work with short, sharp turns if they want to catch them. They don't need to be doing big, long one-man turns. He swings up. He drops down. Cam comes to the front. Oliver Uri comes to the front. Hunter's there. They're coming across to this breakaway. This is going to be two groups formed here very soon. This is getting dangerous. This could be the breakaway that goes for it if the bunch doesn't get their act together. Harry swings up. Cam swings up. OJ swings through. No one at the front seems to be going on with this, and the bunch is coming back to them. Everyone in the front's looking at each other. Now Cam decides, let's get to business, boys. Let's get racing. He stands out the saddle and kicks. He looks over his shoulder, he swings up. Harry starts to drive the pace. Larkins is there. Uri is there. Cam's there. There's gaps forming all over the place at the front of this bunch, but people are in the hurt locker. They're struggling. The bunch is starting to come back together now, and this brake's been shut down. Harry still wants to push on with it, though. Ollie Uri trying to catch him. He swings up. Larkins comes through to the front. He pulls the turn. Harry's still got the gap. Larkin swings up. Cam comes to the front. Cam starts to push it. Cam swings up. OJ swings up. They've only got 2 laps to the next sprint, and no one's really turning the gas on to get over Harry. He could clean up points here if they're not careful, which that gap's just getting bigger. No one's really chasing him at the moment. Riley Dixon's sitting in second wheel there, but he's got plenty of points now. Everyone else needs to take the fight to Riley. They don't need him to chase down breakaways. This gap's getting bigger and bigger. Great ride by Harry here. He's pushing on with it, and he's about to get the bell. OJ's making a move now. Riley's kicking. Cam's kicking. Vince is kicking. Everyone's there. They're starting to form up for their sprint. They're going to go for the minor points. They're coming after Harry. So Harry got himself some points there. Here comes the field chasing after him again. Harry's decided to come back and have a rest now. Hunter Davis on the front. He swings up. Bryn coming through. Cruz sitting there in second wheel. Cruz is going to make a move around the outside now. He's been inspired by Harry. He's going to go for it as well. Everyone in the bunch are looking at each other. They looked at Cruz and they all looked at each other, wondering who's going to go after him. Larkins comes to the front. He swings up. OJ comes to the front. Elliot King coming around the outside now. He's out the saddle and he's motoring. OJ swings up. He gets a little bit deterred. Then he comes back around again. Cruz is still there. 7 laps to go. The gap's there. Elliot King comes out of the bunch like a madman flying across that gap, and I think he's going to bridge to Cruz. No real reaction from the bunch at the moment. Cam comes through. You can see everyone's tired from a big day of racing now, and no one really wants to get their nose in the wind and just pin it. So Elliot's nearly across to Cruz. If Elliot and Cruz get together and start working well, this could be trouble for the bunch. Harry Dowling again. He's on the front and he's chasing hard. Larkins coming after Dowling. Davis behind Larkins. The bunch is all there. They're coming across. Harry's inspired them to come across to Cruz. Now, Harry's not mucking around. He's going to go on with it. Larkins goes over Cruz. Harry swings up. Larkins swings up. Davis comes through. Bell comes through. The rest of the bunch, they're parking themselves up behind Cruz at the moment. And the pace comes back out of the race and everyone has a look at each other. 4 laps to go. 1 kilometre left in this Omnium for 2025. Everyone's heads and shoulders are rocking now. Everyone's tired. Ollie Uri on the front again, and there's a move coming from the outside from Jacob Cork. Ollie Uri's out the saddle trying to respond to it. Can he latch onto Jacob Cork? Yes, he can. How much clearance are they going to get at the moment? OJ coming through. He doesn't want to see any more moves go off the front. Ollie's working really hard to get onto Jacob, but he can't quite get there. OJ's come across. He's got Cam locked in on his back wheel. Larkins is coming after him. He's got Riley on him, and the rest of the bunch is there now. Elliot King just a little bit off the back in some traffic. Him and Harry are moving up onto this bunch now. Only 2 laps left to go. OJ's put the hammer down. Cam is on him now. Riley's moving around the outside of Larkins. He doesn't want to see these guys get away. They're coming up for the bell now, and it's a sprint. OJ's on the front. Cam's trying to get over OJ. Riley's pushing up onto the back of Cam. Vince is there. Cruz is there. Bryn's coming around the outside. Larkins is just off the back of him. It's a battle between OJ and Cam. Cam's on the outside. He was ahead, but now OJ's nosing himself ahead. OJ's going to get it with Cam in second, then Cruz in third. And Riley Dixon is going to take out this Omnium. And they all look absolutely gassed. Everyone in that bunch threw everything they had at that race. Just wait to see what the points end up looking like after that final sprint, but I think it'll be pretty similar to how it was beforehand. Give them a round of applause. They've had a real hard day on the bike. It was a big effort from everyone involved out there. You have the under-19 and elite women's combined point score coming up right now. So, yeah, Riley Dixon will be in first, followed by OJ, followed by Cruz Camps, followed by Hunter, followed by Flynn Larkins. And I don't read fast enough to get the rest of them there. Of course, as always, live results. And our 19 elite women combined field is on the way. And they have a 60-lap point score. I have a sneaking suspicion Santa Monteith is going to really want to put some pace into this race in the later stages, and we'll see how it unfolds. So Santa swings up, Bella comes through, she's followed by Madison Taylor, followed by Megan Russell, followed by Jackie Mangler-Moore. Then we got Gabrielle there, Ella, Grace, Eden, April, Santa popping in down at the back. All fairly tame right now. Jackie Mangler-Moore just swinging off the front there, Gabrielle coming through. It's good to see a women's field this size, and what a field of women it is too. Not a single one of them is a slouch. They're all really talented bike riders. Grace on the front, tapping on the pedals. She swings up, Eden swings through, comes through. Just keep pedaling away at the moment. Just a nice easy tempo. Eden swings up. April Paddy comes to the front. She swings up. Sienna's back on the front. Sienna starts to dial that pace up a little bit there too. So the riders dropping in need to be ready for the pace to increase and drop in hard instead of dropping in soft. Always got to have a look at what the front of the bike race is doing if you're going to drop onto the back, because you don't drop down that bank hard enough as the pace is ramping up. You're going to have to waste a lot of energy getting your legs moving. All the pace comes out of it again now. They bunch back up. April just a little bit off the back at the moment. This would be just a fitness ride for April at the moment, who's focusing more on sprint at the moment, I believe. Has a good turn of speed. And they're all back together again. Got another 4 laps to go, and 3 laps to go, sorry, until we get the bell for our first sprint. Eden on the front at the moment. She swings off. Just a little bit of pace there. Bella swings off. Sienna's on the front again, and she just dials it up that little bit. All right, she swings off. Bella's making her way back at the moment. Jackie swings off. Megan Russell swings off. Everyone kind of sits up and looks at each other, and Gabrielle put a bit of pace on there, and her and Ella have just inadvertently walked off the front of the bike race, but Ella swung up immediately, not realising they had a gap. Gabrielle wants to keep going on with it, so Ella latches onto her wheel. About a lap out from the first sprint at the moment, so the bunch isn't really going to let these two walk away from them. Eden's pulling the bunch back up to Gabrielle there at the moment, and then Gabrielle swings up and Eden's just keeps on the pedal. She's going to lead this bunch into the first sprint by the looks of it. So, yeah, she gets out of the saddle and kicks. Sienna and Bella are behind her. Bella's coming over the top. Sienna's trying to squeeze through. Sienna and Bella pushing over the top of Eden. Eden just pushing down. She's out of contention now. Bella looks like she's got this one all wrapped up. Sienna's coming back at Bella. Maddie's behind her, and then Grayson fourth. Bella swings up, and Sienna goes on with it. In true Sienna Monteith fashion, Bella swung up after winning the sprint, and Sienna just dropped the elbows and turned the pace on. So now we've got to move off the front of the bunch there. You got Madison Taylor, Sienna Monteith, Grace, and Bella. Now this is a dangerous group. If they let these guys get too much distance, they're going to walk away from the rest of the bunch. And already that seems to be what's happening. Megan Russell is darting across to them as quick as she can, and then you've got Jackie, Ella, Eden, and Gabrielle out the back there. So Megan got across to this move now, so you've got your lead bunch there of Sienna, Grace, Megan, Maddie and Bella. Jackie Manglemore, Ella and Gabrielle and Eden are all working together. They're trying to get back to that lead group, and at the moment they seem to be driving more pace in the lead group, so they may get back there. If they could get back there before Sienna's next turn, I think they'll be okay, but Sienna may decide to turn it on again. So about 25 metres between the two groups at the moment. Gabrielle swings up. Eden comes through. April Paddy, she rejoins that leading bunch. She just misses the wheel there, but she'll be able to motor onto that okay. Eden swings up. Jackie comes through. She puts some pressure on those pedals. She wants to get across to that gap. The bunch group, the front group are just rolling turns at the moment. 4 laps to go to the next sprint. They're looking like they're all going to come back together. And Sienna goes again, like I said. I thought she might, and there she goes. As soon as someone swung up on her nose, got in the wind, she come off that saddle and she hit it. And no one's super eager to chase her this time. They probably know that's because she's going to do this to them all day. And then as she goes, the bunch starts to blow apart yet again. So she swings up now. Madison Taylor comes through, but she's going to keep on with the pace. She's going to keep this going. She doesn't want to have a bunch of other people that can sprint as fast as her or faster there with them. She wants a breakaway. She can get away with 4 of them. That guarantees her points. So they're all sitting up at the moment. And then now Megan Russell's going for it. Now we're starting to get a bit of attack and counterculture out there on the track, which is what you love to see in a point score. But no one's really going after Megan Russell. They're just going to let her go. And again, Megan Russell has a massive engine and she can time trial. So they might want to get onto this one really quickly. Madison Taylor now realising the danger gets out the saddle and gets after it. And Sienna's straight on her. She's covered by Grace and Jackie. There's a bit of a gap back to Gabrielle, Bella and Ella. There's a bell for Megan as she's coming into this sprint now. And there's the bell for the chasing bunch. And then there's another bunch behind them and then a rider by herself out the back. So Megan Russell will take these points, no worries. And it's just a question of whether she keeps going or she swings up. And she looks like she's going to keep going with it. And Grace rolls over the top of Sienna there to grab some points, with Jackie just nipping up her heels as well. And then Maddie Taylor just missing out on some points there. And then there's a bit of a gap back to Bella Potts and Ella, but they're working hard. There seems to be a bit of a pace come out of that chasing bunch at the moment. But Megan Russell doesn't seem to have changed her pace at all. And she's going to start lapping riders very, very shortly. So the bunch is just forming up a line, but they're not really making any ground on Megan Russell. She just seems to be just powering away with this bike race. So yep, no, that gap's getting bigger at the moment. Megan coming up with some more lap riders as she's just going to motor over the top of them. And she just keeps going with it. She's nearly out to half a lap now. And if these guys don't get serious, it's going to be half a lap or more. In fact, it's now just more than half a lap she's ahead of them. So they need to get serious about this chase. They seem to have some organisation now. People pulling turns, trying to get after this move, and she's just going to keep going on with it. She's not going to give up. We got 3 in that lap bunch now together riding. Sienna's on the front of the chase group now. She's really driving the pace. She swings up. Bella comes through for her turn. She swings up. Madison Taylor hits the front. She swings up. Those lap riders now, if they can get out the seat and get some pace, they'll be able to rejoin this bunch and be comfortable for a little bit and get some rest. But they are starting to make a little ground back on Megan Russell. Not a lot, but it is starting to go back. She looks like she might be starting to get a little bit tired. She doesn't have too far to the next sprint butt, so she can just hold on for a couple laps. She'll get some more points, and then depending on her fatigue levels, she may choose to go back to the bunch. But if they don't get some consistent organisation, that distance will keep rubber banding. And it looks like Madison Taylor's had enough of that, and she's just going to go off the front and chase the breakaway herself. Megan Russell's starting to really tire. You can see that tempo starting to fade a little bit now. Madison Taylor coming out of that bunch and getting after her. And the bunch, none of them really working together. Meg getting the bell yet again. Sienna coming out of the bunch. She's chasing after Madison Taylor, but no one in the bunch super eager to get after this one at the moment. Jackie made a bit of a move. Bella's making a bit of a move now, but they're all getting a little bit tired. Sienna's caught Madison Taylor and gone around her. And Bella's trying to get across to Madison Taylor as well. So there's Meg taking maximum points again. There goes Sienna. There's Madison. There's Bella and Grace. Now this race is starting to blow apart a little bit now. Like, this has really put the hurt on everyone. We got April has joined Meg at the front. Then we've got Maddie and Sienna. Then we've got a bunch of 3 behind them. Then there's another bunch of 3 behind them working. So they're just scattered all over the track at this point. And Meg goes again. The rider she had with her was gone. She's found a second wind, been able to rest off someone for a little bit. But Madison and Sienna are coming pretty fast. Meg's looking around behind her. I think she's going to probably swing up and give herself some rest, because they're starting to close in on her fairly promptly now. And at the back, you've got April Gabrielle and Ella and Eden trying to make a move back to that second bunch. Maddie and Sienna are closing on Megan now. If they can get to her and give her some rest and more work together, that second bunch will be in trouble trying to catch them now. So that Maddie swings up, Megan swings up, Sienna gets to the front and she puts her hammer down again. Meg just missed the wheel there, but I think she'll be able to power back onto them. Grace doing a big turn trying to get back across to this lead group. She swings up now, she hands off to Jackie, drops in behind Bella. Everyone's heads are starting to drop, their shoulders are starting to rock. Fatigue's really setting in here. That second group, but they're working with more pace in the front group, and I think they might get there. That rear group, they're just starting to struggle a little bit. They're not really closing any ground. Sienna gets to the front of the front group, and she turns the pace on again. She doesn't want to be caught. She wants to be in this away group. She's really working hard to keep them away. Bella Potts just pulled a big turn. Now Grace is pulling a big turn, and it looks very likely that those two groups at the front are going to come back together and form one group. The second group working with a bit more cohesion than the first group at the moment. And that gap is coming down. 24 laps left to go in this race. Sienna's on the front again, pushing the pace as hard as she can. Grace chasing after them again. The gap was coming down, but it seems to have stagnated again. But those two front groups are definitely going to be catching that back group as well. And everyone seems to be just staying on even keel at the moment. The front group's not quite catching the back group. Back group's not catching anyone. And the middle group were getting there, but now they seem to have run out of legs a little bit. Jackie working hard on the front there. Bella coming through. They're all looking very, very tired right now. Maddie Taylor swings off the front of that front group. Meg Russell comes through. She pulls her turn, and it's a sprint lap for those girls now. Meg looks over the shoulder, seeing what's going to happen. She increases her pace. Sienna starts to look like she's going to move over the top of Meg. They're going to run into some traffic just ahead of them here, so they're going to come and push over the top here. Meg's just leading them through. Sienna yet to make any sort of move, and then Sienna just pushes through, and they go to the line, and it looks like Meg's still got it. So Sienna's going to push on with it now. Madison's going to push on with it. The group getting lapped just stare at them as they go past, and then finally decide to get out of the saddle and try and get after them. They're absolutely fatigued out there. It's very hard to latch onto a group when they come over as well, but it looks like they might just get there, although that's starting to fracture that rear group. Now they're together in one big group, and that's going to make it a lot harder for that second group out there that we're chasing. So Jackie's still pushing with Grace and Bella. And then that fractured again. That front group could have been one big group, but they fractured apart into two groups. There's a group of 4, there's a group of 3, then there's a group of 3. So there's groups all over this track at the moment. Maddie Taylor on the front too. She's just starting to lift that pace again. She doesn't want these things coming back together. She wants it to be in the lead group where she can collect some points. So inside the final 20 at the moment. So we're more than halfway through this race at the moment, and it's just been a slogfest for everyone. And you can see those riders with the big TT engines are just driving the pace and ripping this race to pieces. And every time they hit the front, they just lift the pace, and it puts the herd on everyone. Sienna swings up now. Maddie comes through for her turn. Megan Russell is there. Gabriella's there. The next group, we've got April and Ella and Eden, and then the next group behind that we've got Jackie, Grace and Bella, and they're coming up to that middle group with a rate of pace. They want some more company, so they want some more rest. So now we've got a bigger group at the back. Jackie swings up, Ella has swung up, Grace latches on, but Grace is going to push straight over the top here. They don't want to wait around. They want to get back to this front group. But at the front, Sienna's lifted the pace again. The other riders are starting to feel it. Gabrielle's starting to roll out the back. And Grace dials up the pace a little bit there. Bella dials up the pace a little bit there. Jackie's hanging on, but Eden's starting to struggle. Grace is on her wheel, but if Eden can't latch on, Grace is going to be in trouble. Now in that front group, Bella swings up. Bella swings up. Maddie swung up. Sienna's on the front now, followed by Maddie, followed by Meg. Now it's just 3 on the front, but these 3 are starting to work with a lot of cohesion. They're not far off another sprint lap either. It would be interesting to see if they battle each other for points or they just keep that pace ticking away. So we got one big group at the back there, one solo rider trying to get onto that group, and then 3 off the front again. Sienna swings up, Maddie swings up. Megan pushes through. She stands out the saddle and kicks. She's going to go for it again, and she's got a gap, and she's going to push on with this. Maddie, but she's squeezing back up to Megan's back wheel. Sienna's just there. Now Maddie's pushing over the top. She's really putting some effort on those pedals trying to get over. Sienna's just squeezing up behind them at the moment, and they're shoulder to shoulder. But she surges again, and it goes Megan, Maddie, Sienna for the points on that one. And then it looks like Bella will probably take 1 point here as well. So that front group are working really well together. They've still got almost half a lap. The back group is starting to have some gaps form again. They're all starting to get into a bit of trouble and have trouble working. Megan swings up off that front group at the moment. So at the moment, Sienna Monteith is leading this Omnium, followed by Megan Russell, then Madison Taylor, then Bella Potts. Madison Taylor on the front again. Sienna just dropping in onto Megan Russell's wheel after her turn. That second group now are starting to find their legs a little bit. They're starting to get a bit more pace going. Everyone looking extremely tired at this point in the race, though. That front group has started to lift their pace up again. They obviously hit the wall and they've broken through it now and they're starting to lift. Maddie Taylor lifting that pace again. It's almost like a pursuit at this point. That front three has half a lap on the back group. Sienna gets to the front again. She drops her elbows a little bit and starts to lift that pace as well. She doesn't want to be caught by the group. So they were just working well together. At the moment, the hurt's on. Sienna's got a relatively decent lead in this one, but I think she needs to make sure she's collecting points as well. So that back group is starting to find a little bit of cohesion as they work. As they all come up straight, it looks like, yeah, it's nearly a dead set half lap between the two groups, and it seems to be just maintaining that distance lap in, lap out. April Paddy now, she might join back on the onto this group, and another body in there, another bit of rest that people get. And no, she hasn't quite latched onto them. So this lead group now, they're starting to stretch the lead out just a little bit. They're just a tad over half a lap at this point. Sienna really pushing that pace there. That rear group too. It's pretty well neck and neck at the moment, but I don't think that rear group is going to have the capability to do much more now. I don't know if they're going to go for the final sprint. There's 1 point. Or it might be 60 laps, double points, 2 points for grabs out of that group there. So Sienna swings up. She has a look at Maddie. She has a look at Meaden. She doesn't go in behind them. She moves herself up onto the hip because the final sprint is on its way. Maddie stands up now. Maddie kicks. Sienna kicks. Megan's behind them. Sienna dots into second wheel. Maddie really turns the pace on now. And she's coming up that back straight like lightning. Megan Russell trying to move around the outside. She can't quite get there. Now Sienna's trying to push at Maddie Taylor. She moves up onto her hip, but that's as far as she can get. Maddie manages to hold her off, and Sienna manages to hold Megan off. Jackie Mangler-Moore is flown out of this chasing bunch now for this final sprint, and she's going to claim that final points on offer there. And that's the conclusion of the Omnium. All right, up now on the fence is the under-19 men for their final race of the Omnium, the points race. And fatigue should be setting in with these riders as well. So Sienna Monteith won that Omnium, followed by Megan Russell, then Madison Taylor, then Bella Potts, then Jackie, then Grace and Ella, Gabrielle, Eden and April. And the under-19 men are away. Sammy Hilditch on the front, followed by Lockie, then Zach, then Oscar, then George, then Felix, Rory, Kale and William. I think I see Megan Moore in the infield with Bella. Where's your bike, Megan? All right, 60 laps for this field as well. Out to a nice sedate start. No one really motivated to do more work than they have to too early. Felix Crossman on the front now, just rolling through for his turn. Rory Fisk comes through, swings up. Sam comes to the front, swings up. Will comes to the front and swings up. Lockie comes through, swings up. Zach swings up. Oscar's back on the front, he swings up. Sam comes back through to the front. Has a look over the shoulder and swings up. Kale's on the front now, followed by George Tucker. Will swings off the front now. Lockie coming through for his turn. Zach DS has a look over the shoulder and swings up. Oscar comes through, he has a look over the shoulder, he swings up as well. All pretty mild for now. It will be after the first or second sprint things really start to kick off. Rory swings up, Lachlan coming through again. About 3 laps to go to the first sprint. Will Holzberger turns the throttle on a little bit there, dials the pace up and then swings off, and Zach keeps it going. George behind him, Oscar behind him, Zach swings up. George rolls through, he swings up. Oscar rolls through, he swings up. Same for Sammy. Lockie's on the front again now. They've all had a look at the lap board, I think, because they're all starting to not head too far back, but wanting to try and find themselves at the front without also being in the wind. So they're spread out across the track now, having a look at around at each other, trying to figure out where they want to line themselves up for the first sprint. They've only got a lap now till they get it, so the pace has backed off and they've all bunched up. They're sitting high on the track now, all looking at each other, getting ready for someone to dive and go for it. And Will Holzberger is the one that kicks it off. He launches now. He's looking over his shoulder a bit still. I don't know if he's fully committed to it, but he needs to be, because they weren't really paying attention. So he needs to go now. They're in the sprint lap. Zach's coming after Will. Oscar's coming after Zach. Then there is Lachlan and Sam, and they're going to just wash up on Will and come over the top of him. Sam may not get there, but he does. And now he goes after the other riders. They've all swung up. No one really prepared to go on with it just yet. Zach drops down the track and so does Lockie and Oscar, and they start to put a bit of pace in. And as we saw in the women's race, there's, after this first sprint, there's basically a group away off the front and a group chasing after them. So not a lot of cohesion through that front group, but so the rest of the group have caught back up to them. The pace starts to come out of the race again. They all have a look around and spread out back across the track again while they try and figure out who's going to do what. So Oscar swinging up again, Zach swinging up, Rory dropping in, Kale dropping in. A little bit of a gap between the bunch back to Felix Crossman at the moment. So they just settled back into a relatively comfortable tempo at the moment, and they're just swapping turns and keeping that pace rolling over. Rory swings off the front. Georgie Tucker rolls through for his turn. Kale hits the front again. He swings up. Sam comes through. Sam swings up. Will comes through. He swings up. Zachy comes through. Four laps till the next sprint. A few of the riders sitting up high having a look at each other. George and Rory sitting high. Kale swinging off the front right now. You can see even now there's a few tired bodies out there. All right, so Zach's put a bit of distance between himself and the bunch, and he's looked around and realised that he's done that, and so he's stood out the saddle and decided to put some power into this one now, and he's moving along. He's got a decent gap. Oscar Schoff is coming after him now, and he's starting to mow that gap down. Now Georgie swings up, and Lachlan gets out of the saddle, and he absolutely pins it. Him and Sam are coming after him, and they're coming into a sprint lap now. So Oscar and Zach are off the front. Lachlan and Sam are coming fast. I don't know if they're going to get there. Actually, I think they will, because look at the speed of Lachlan and Sam. They're coming up on these guys really quick. Oscar and Zach are going to the line, and they don't quite get there. So points to those four. And I wonder if they're going to keep on with this, or if they're going to sit up and let the rest of the bunch come back to them. I'd like to see him get a move on and start like really pinning some pace here. Georgie Tucker working really, really hard to try and get back to that front group. Luckily for him, no one decided they wanted to go on with it just then. Otherwise, he'd be in a world of hurt trying to get across that gap. The rest of the bunch starting to come back to it now. Will Holzberger from Bundaberg just off the back, but they've really settled down here, so he'll probably be able to get back onto them as well. So the pace comes right back out of it at the moment. Been a big day, a lot of tired legs out there. They're not ready to commit to anything huge at this point in the race. Zach swings up. Oscar rolls through. Oscar rolls up. Lockie rolls through. Back to rolling pace line turns at the moment. There'd be a few guys out there that are happy that the pace is like this at the moment. They're just giving themselves a chance to recover. It was everything they could do just to get back on, so they'd be glad, and they'd be sitting there fighting to keep up, just hoping that no one attacks right now so they can get some sort of recovery. Rory swings off the front. Will swings off the front. Kale comes through and he swings off. So the pace has settled down for now. Only 3 laps to go to the next sprint, so everyone will be just trying to recover and get ready for that sprint. You're spread out across the track right now, all looking around. 2 laps to go to the next sprint. Felix comes to the front. He stood out of the saddle. I thought he was thinking of doing something, but he sat back down. Will swings up. A lot of movement around the track at the moment. Everyone moving up and down, swirling through and having a look at each other and coming around. 1 more lap to go, and then they're going to have another sprint. So sitting high on the track, everyone just waiting, wondering who's going to launch it first. As we come around, Oscar's up nice and high there. Zach's just under him. Lockie and Sam are behind those two. George is coming up underneath as well. And Rory goes for it first, and then everyone else responds. So Oscar and Zach are leading it, followed by Lockie and Sam. Lockie and Sam are caught in behind Zach and Oscar at the moment. Kale is coming up on them. He's keeping pace with them at the moment. He can't quite get there, but he's up with them. And then they're coming around the outside. Looked like Zach got that one. And they're not going to keep going with this at the moment. They start to dial the pace off again. Sammy swings up, Zach comes through, he swings up, Oscar's on the front now, he has a look around to see who's there and he swings up. The bunch is all back together again. Sammy swings off the front, Kale swings up, Rory's got the front of the bunch right now, he swings up. Zach back on the front again. Everyone looking pretty tired at this point. We're over halfway through this race now. Sam gets on the front and he lifts the pace a little bit. He doesn't go crazy with it, but he just puts a little bit of tempo out on and stretches them out in the line. Felix hits the front and swings up. William hits the front and swings up. Rory comes through. Kale swings straight up. Oscar swings up. They're all having a look at each other now. Still 5 laps to the next sprint. Everybody really feeling this race at the moment. A lot of pace is washed out of this race again as well. 25 laps to go at the moment. No one really interested in doing a long turn or lifting the pace. Everyone's just in survival mode, trying to get through to that next sprint. George swings up. Will swings up. Felix comes through. He swings up. Rory's coming through underneath. There's a bit of a gap there. He swings up. Everyone's together. Everyone's looking around at each other. A lot of very red faces out there on that track. They're feeling the heat of the day as well as the racing. Sam and Kale inadvertently got a bit of a gap there. Coming around for 1 more lap to go before they've got another sprint. Georgie Tucker's on the front right now. He's taking a bit of height on the track. He's up at the stayers line and just having a look over his shoulder, trying to see where everyone is and who's going to do what. Sam and Lockie are starting to push up the inside there, coming up behind him now. They've got to realise this bell's coming up any second now, so someone's going to have to make a move. And Oscar makes the first move, followed by Lockie and Sam. George is on the outside and Zach's up the back of him. So Oscar's leading this sprint out. Sam's coming up behind Oscar, and then Lockie's coming around the upside. Sam's just held Lockie on the hip, and Zach's pushing up underneath. So it looks like Sam might have got that one, followed by Oscar, and then I couldn't tell between Lachlan and Zach. And there's a gap there again, and the rest of the bunch have got to fight their way back on after that sprint. They all come up high on the track again. Now Felix is going to go for it. He's counted. Everyone's swung up the track, and they've they've just sat up, and Felix has capitalised on that. No one really seems to be doing anything here, but if anyone knows anything about Felix Crossman, you don't let him ride off the front of a bike race. Many a championship he's now won by doing exactly what he's doing right here. So if they don't get after him, he's certainly not going to stop. This is a classic Felix move, and every time he pulls it, everyone lets him do it. So the bunch are all just looking at each other, and if they don't do anything soon, he's going to lap them lickety-split. So Lockie comes to the front now. He starts to dial it up, then he backs off. And, yeah, another lap or two of this, and Felix will have... everyone should be giving Felix a clap, by the way, and cheering him on, because it's spectacular when guys get out there and go for it and take a lap, and he's going to take a lap, even without any cheering. He's going to get these guys. They've done absolutely nothing to try and shut this down. Good work, Felix. He's going to get there. And there you go. Felix has taken a lap on the field. Great work. So I don't know how that's going to affect the overall standings, but maybe the guys at the front of the bunch have crunched the numbers and know he's not quite close enough for that to be a risk to them. But, yeah, no one reacted. They just let him go. Absolutely great work by Felix. You like to see people get out there and have a crack. Well, we're inside the last 20 now. We're not that far from the next sprint. They're all starting to line themselves up again. Some people at the back really are starting to desperately move forward because they're further back than they should be if they want to be coming into a sprint here. So moving up around the outside, Lockie sees it happening and he gets out the saddle and kicks, and Sam Hilditch just flies over the top. He's going to lead the sprint out. Lachlan, is running up on the Sam's back wheel. He's getting pursued by Zach and Oscar. Zach and Oscar are trying to come round. Sam stands out the saddle and kicks again. Lachlan kicks again in the saddle. Zach and Oscar just don't have the legs to come up over the hip of these two lads. So Sam will take that one, followed by Lachlan and Zach and Oscar. And that was a nice fast sprint. They all regroup at the top of the track again. Now we're into the last 10 laps. The last 10 laps of the 2025 Under-19 Men's Omnium State title. And it looks like Zach DS is going to make a move here. So Oscar's going after him. And he sits that one up just as Oscar latches on. They all swing up. They're not going to let Zach go anywhere because he's up in the points and they don't want him gaining a lap. Rory swings up. Felix is down the bottom there again. He swings up now. He has a look over his shoulder. The rest of the bunch is coming now. 7 laps to go. They're all lining up behind Felix at the moment at the top of the track. He's looking over his shoulder. He puts a little bit of pressure on the pedals and goes down the track. Looks over his shoulder and he swings up again. Lockie comes through, Sam comes through, Oscar comes through. Zach swings up, Georgie Tucker's on the front there. Kale's back into it now, he swings up there. Rory comes through, all together again. 5 laps to go now. Maybe someone will go for a cheeky flyer, but I think this one's going to come down to a bunch sprint as well. Felix just dials the pace up ever so slightly. He swings up, Kale comes through, then George comes through. All back together now, all just trying to recover from that last sprint. So we got 3 laps to go now. 2 more laps till the final bell of this year's Omnium for the under-19 men. They're all starting to move around a little bit. Felix swings up, Rory swings up. Behind Rory, you've got Lachlan and Sam, and there's not many laps to go now. I would think these guys want to stay towards the front, considering how far they've got to go in this race. So Sam and Lachlan have swung up. Rory's coming over the top along the fence. Zach's there, Oscar's there, Will's there. Everyone looking at each other. Not very far to go now, less than 500 metres. No one really moving yet, and it's Will that kicks it off. Lockie's kind of boxed in there. Rory's going around the outside now. Lockie and Sam coming around the outside. Zach's in there. Will's there. Oscar's there. They're all going to come over the top of Rory and crowd him. George Tucker's up in the back of him. He doesn't quite have the speed to get over the top of him. So it's going to be Lachlan, Zach, Sam, Oscar, then George. All right, so we'll wait to see what the result of that one was. So I'm pretty sure that'll give Lockie the championship. So yeah, Lachlan Walters in first, Sam Hilditch in second, Zach DS in third, Oscar Schoff in fourth, Felix Crossman in fifth, George Tucker sixth, then Rory, Cale and William in sixth, eighth and seventh, eighth and ninth. So congratulations to all those athletes there. That was a great race. Flynn Larkin's on the infield in a tank top with a backpack, a helmet and something else, looking like he's doing some weird macho man nature challenge. All right, and our elite men are out on the track now for a 100-lap points race. So Noah swings off the front there. Liam swings up. Keeley on the front now. He swings off, hands it over to Bernie Swart. Bernie has a look over his shoulder and hops up. Blake Quick coming through now. He's followed closely by Noel Blennon, who's followed by Alex Hughes and Liam Walsh. Then Rowan, then Cam, Keeley and Bernie. As it was in the under-19 men's race, these guys are going to start out fairly sedate. They're just going to, before that first sprint, just going to dial some turns in. It's 100 laps is a long way to go, especially when you've already probably got at least 100 laps in your legs already. Alex on the front now, just dialing through, keeping that momentum going. He swings up, Liam Walsh swings up straight away. Rowan comes through and does about a quarter of a lap and swings up. Cam swings up. Keeley swings up. Bernie comes through. He just keeps some pressure on the pedals for about a third of a lap and swings up. And it's back to Blake on the front again. Just a reminder again, next weekend, Saturday, December 13th, there is racing at the Nerang Velodrome. It is track racing, and you can enter via the Gold Coast link. And if you want track racing over Christmas, there's track racing available in Victoria and Tasmania. So a bit more tempo than we saw in the first few laps, but not a lot. They're all content just to keep this moderate pace, or what they call a moderate pace, going. Rowan on the front at the moment. Liam Walsh sitting up high on the bank there, just observing things. He drops down onto the rear wheel. Rowan drops down behind him. Bernie on the front again, followed closely by Blake. They're coming up to a lap to go to the first sprint. We've got Alex Hughes on the front at the moment. He swings up. Noah Blennon comes through. And Noah has a look at Alex. Alex has a look at Noah. Alex swings down on the outside of the second wheel, and the bell goes for the first sprint. And Noah hits it, and Alex goes with him. So you got Noah there. You got Liam just boxed on the inside a little bit there. Then Liam fits in, then Blake, then Rowan. He's coming around the outside again. So it looks like it's going to be Noah, Alex, Rowan, and Blake. Rowan might have even got Alex on the line just there. I couldn't quite tell. They're all up high on the track at the moment. No, and Alex looks like he's going to go on with the pace here. He drops down across the front, and he keeps some pressure on those pedals now. He swings up. Rowan comes through. He swings up. Noah comes through. He swings up. Blake comes through and swings up. Now Cam finds himself at the front. Liam gets to the front. He puts the pin down for a little bit, and then he swings back up. Now they're all spread out across the track. They're having a bit of a look at each other. Bernie Swartz just washed out the back a little bit there, but he'll just keep on the pedals and he'll get back onto these guys. It's going to be a very long 100 laps for Bernie. He's nearly there, but it looks like they're starting to dial that pace up just a little bit now, so hopefully he can latch on. And he's there. So Alex at the front. No, sorry. Yeah, Alex at the front. He swings off. Keeley swings off. Rowan pulling a turn on the front now. They're back to that, what they would call a moderate tempo. Rolling turns. Alex on the front. Again, they got about 4 laps to the next sprint. 85 laps to go at this point. Keeley swings off. Rowan with his head down when he hits the front. Noah has a look over the shoulder and he swings up. Bernie pulling a decent turn on the front there. It's a nice long turn from Bernie, and he swings up now. Alex takes over the front of the pack. Just ticking away on those pedals now. He swings up. Keeley swings up. Rowan takes to the front of the bunch again. All right. Looks like Bernie's gone off the front of the bunch here at the moment, so Rowan and Noah are going after him. And he's just ticking away on those pedals as they bridge across to him. Cam swings up. Now Alex is going after this move, and the bell rings now. So Rowan's on the front for the bell. Noah has a look over the shoulder, and he starts to push on the pedals over the top of Rowan. Alex Hughes is coming as well, followed by Blake Quick. So Blake Quick's come up onto the hip of Alex. You got Alex, you got Noah, you got Rowan, you got Blake. So it looked like Blake might have even squeezed in for second there. Alex, I think, ended up in fourth. So they've got a bit of a gap at the moment, that front four. Liam Walsh is just off the back of them, but he will join them. And then there's a bit of a gap back to Keeley and Cam Tipple, and then another bit of a gap to Bernie Schwartz. The pace is starting to come out of it at the front a little bit now, so if those back three really fight on, they'll be able to rejoin them. There's 78 laps to go yet. No one's going to be thundering really hard between sprints at the moment. They're just going to conserve their energy for the later parts of the race. So Blake swings off the front at the moment. Liam comes through. Noah comes through. Put just back to that moderate tempo. They're keeping going between the sprints. Alex is on the front now. Been a big day of racing. None of them are looking that tired though. They all look fairly comfortable at this point in the race. So looks can be deceiving, but they don't look too bad at the moment. Liam swings up. Noah comes through, he swings up. Rowan does a turn, he swings up. Bernie hits the front, he swings up. Alex is on the front for now, and then he'll probably swing up in the bend, which he does. Keely swings up. Cam keeps going with it. A few riders in the bunch just swung up just then. Now Rowan's realised that there's a few games going on, so he's gone to the front and he's just dialed the pace up to see what happens when he does. So he has a look over the shoulder, he swings up, he has a look around back to see who's where. Cam and Blake are there. So everyone at the top of the track at the moment. Noah's got ever the slightest gap, and they've all just latched on to Noah. So he's had a look over the shoulder and he's just swung up. Rowan's head down, puts a bit of pace on again. Cam dives after him, Blake dives after Cam. Rowan swings up, everyone swings up to the top, and Bernie's decided he's going to give this thing another shunt, and he's just gone off the front, and he's put some pressure on the pedals. He's got a gap. Now Noah's gone after him. There's only another lap till they get the bell. Noah's just blown by Bernie, and the rest of the bunch are now coming after Noah. Noah has a look over the shoulder and he just keeps some pressure on the pedals. Rowan's coming after Noah. Rowan's pretty zippy. I'm not sure whether he's going to get to Noah or not. Blake's on his wheel. Alex is on his wheel. Then Liam's behind him. Noah's going to take this one out though. Rowan's going to get second, followed by Blake and Alex. So Noah swings up, Rowan swings up, and Blake says, no, I'm going to keep going with this. And he drops the elbows and he just puts some power on the pedals and he stretches them out a little bit. Has a look over the shoulder, see who's there, swings up and drops down. Alex keeps it going for a bit, then he swings up, Noah's coming through. So now there's a pretty clear group of 5 at the front. Liam Walsh floating around the back. He's just swinging up and latching onto wheels at the moment. He's looking like dropping the head a little bit there. He might be in survival mode in this race by the looks of it. So we'll see how he goes in the second half. Alex has got a bit of a gap to the other riders at the moment. Rowan went after him, swung up. Alex has swung up now. Blake has swung up. Noah's down the bottom again. Rowan's coming up onto Noah's wheel. Blake drops in. Liam drops in. Alex is still sitting high. Alex drops in. They're a bit all over the track at the moment. Everyone kind of wants to drive some pace here, but no one wants to be the one to do it. So Liam says, I'm going to be the one to do it, and he just does an in-saddle launch down across the bank and up around Alex, and he's off. He's got a gap. Now Alex is coming after Liam, and Liam's down in that aero position he's really well known for, and he has got to turn a pace. Alex is coming after him, and he's having trouble bridging that gap. Blake, Bernie, Noah, and them are further back. And they're having a bit of issue getting across this gap as well. So Liam swings up now, Alex swings up, Liam dives down, Alex dives down. The rest of the bunch there, they're doing what they can to try and get across to these two because they're not going to want them to get away. Liam has a look over the shoulder. He wants to see where everyone is. He wants to see where Alex is. Alex has nearly bridged the gap to Liam. If these two start working together, that could be pretty risky for the rest of the field. So Alex just across to Liam now. Liam flicks the elbow. Alex rolls through. Liam drops down on him. He gets himself a bit of rest, and these two will probably start to work together. Now we've got Rowan, Noah and Blake working together, trying to bring these two back. So Liam and Alex are together now. Swapping turns. Liam doing a really big turn on the front here. He wants to keep this thing going. He swings up. Alex comes through. He's just tapping away on the pedals, and they get the bell now. Points up for grab for those two. The three chasers are starting to bridge the gap to those two, but it's very, very slowly that it's coming down. So they're just going to keep working together. Alex and Liam going for points there. Alex comes over the top. Liam dials onto the back of Alex right now. Cam Tipples rejoined with those 3 chasers, so there's 4 of them chasing at the moment. Blake's really pushing the pace now. He really wants to get these 2 at the front back. Alex and Liam have sat up now. Cam's swapped off from his turn. Rowan's pushing through now, pushing the pace to get back to him. Bernie's up the top of the track there. Keely's just off the back of him at the moment. So they're all back together now, bar Keely. Noah's just taking the lead at the moment. Followed by Cam, followed by Alex, then Bernie, then Rowan, then Blake, then Liam, and Keely just off the back. Nearly at the halfway point in this race. Alex swings off, Bernie swings off, Rowan swings up. Bit of fatigue setting in amongst everyone. Everyone does want some pace in this thing, but they don't want to do it alone, so they set back into that moderate tempo again as they all recover from the effort they just put in trying to chase each other after a sprint. And once they've recovered, it'll be just in time for another sprint. They'll get the bell, they'll go for it, and we'll see what happens after that, whether anyone chooses to go on with it again or if they regroup. 4 laps to the next sprint. Bernie on the front there, swinging up. Rowan hits the front again. Just keeping this pace so consistent at the moment. Blake swings off, Liam swings off, Noah comes through. He swings off, Cam comes through, he swings off, Alex comes through. A few of them sitting up high, it's just Alex and Bernie down low at the moment. Bernie's got a bit of a gap, Alex drops in behind him. The rest of the bunch have dropped back down and they're coming back across to Alex's back wheel. 2 laps to go to the next sprint. Alex swings up, Blake follows him up the track. We've got two up the top and then a line down the bottom. Everyone's getting ready for this next sprint. Everyone's starting to suss each other out. Noah moving forward. He'll probably want to take this one long. He has a look around and then he starts to put some pressure on the pedals and yep, out of the saddle, he's going to take this one long. He really favours a nice long sprint, Noah Blennon. Blake's latched up onto him as well. Rowan's behind him. Alex is behind him. Liam's behind Alex. So Noah's just putting some pressure on the pedals, but Blake's coming at Noah really fast and Rowan's coming up on Blake. They're gapping Alex and Liam at the moment. And Noah's fighting really hard and Blake's coming at him. Oh, and Blake and Rowan just rolled over the top of Noah there, but I couldn't quite tell who got it out of Blake and Rowan. So it was Blake or Rowan, followed by Noah, then Alex, and then Liam just behind them. Cam, Bernie and Keely have been blown out the back by the pace of that sprint that time. And now Rowan's going to keep on going with it, with Blake on his wheel. Blake swings up, Noah pushes through again. Noah and Alex down the bottom. Blake and Rowan and Liam at the top, they drop down. And they're just back, not quite back to that moderate tempo they like to ride, but they're a little bit above it. Now they're fanned out across the track. Everyone just wanting to take a bit of a breather. We're over halfway through this race now. Alex has inadvertently got a little bit of a gap at the moment. He has a look over the shoulder and then he swings up. Rowan's coming across to him at the moment. Blake, Noah and Liam are there. So currently I think Noah Blennon's leading this Omnium on equal points with Blake. And then it's back to Rowan. Then it's back to Alex and Liam. And Liam launches another attack. You blink and he went from just off the back of him to 20 metres in front of him. He dove down that bank really hard and away he went. And he's got a good gap. Alex Hughes is trying to get after him like he did before. But this time I don't know if Alex has got the legs to get across to him. Alex swings up. Blake comes through. Alex latches onto the back, and there's a 4-man squad there. But Blake's tucked in nice and narrow, and he's got the cadence he wants to have, and he's just going for it. So these guys have got to try and turn the pace up and see if they can get after him. But he really kicked it then when he went for it, and he's got a decent gap this time, and he doesn't look like slowing down at the moment. So those 4 are starting to work together and push pretty hard, but the gap is actually almost half a lap at this point. So Blake's starting to dial the pace up. Rowan swings up. Noah comes through for his turn, just keeping that consistent pace. It was half a lap. It's a little bit less than half a lap at the moment. So that bunch is starting to pull some ground back on Liam, but there's not too long to the next sprint, and I don't think they're going to get Liam before that sprint. So as he comes around now, he'll get the bell, and he's still got a decent gap. If he can just keep that tempo going, they're not going to get him. He's going to get some points there. Cam Tipple about to drop back in with this field. Noah on the front, followed by Alex and Blake. Rowan bringing up the rear. So, and here goes Blake. He's launching up around Alex and Noah, and he's got some really good rolling speed. And there goes Rowan as well. So, and then Alex comes over Noah. Now, Blake is going to keep going with this. He's chasing hard. He's followed by Rowan, followed by Alex, followed by Noah. There's a few gaps between them all. Liam's still going for it at the moment. He's having a look over the shoulder, assessing how much effort he wants to keep putting in, and he's going up the bank now, so he sees how quick they're coming, and he knows that he'll just wait for them so he can conserve some energy. As they catch him, Noah's back on the front, and he keeps that pace nice and consistent. He swings up. Blake swings up. Rowan's on the front, then Alex, then Noah, then Liam, then Blake. Inside the last 40 now. So it looks like Blake Quick's in the lead, followed by Noah, followed by Rowan, then Alex and Liam. So been a pretty hard race so far. Pace is still fairly moderate at the moment. They've backed off a little bit from where they are at. Alex rolls up off the front. Noah rolls up, Liam, Blake. They're all spread out across the track at the moment. Now you're starting to see a bit of slouching in their shoulders, a bit of head rocking here and there. So the fatigue from the day's racing is starting to set in now. 36 laps to go. Rowan pulls a turn and swings up. Alex comes through. He has a look over the shoulder and a flick of the elbow. Keely comes through and swings up. Blake and Liam follow Keely up the track. So Noah just moves forward at the moment. He has a look over, swings up, and Bernie comes through again. Rowan's sitting there in second wheel. They're just keeping this pace consistent at the moment. Cam swings off the front now. Alex comes through again. He's followed by Liam, then Bernie, then Rowan, then Noah, then Blake. Then Keely, and Cam's going to drop onto the back. Rowan swings off. Noah swings off. They start to fan out across the track again. A few riders up the top. Now they drop down back into a group. One more lap to go, and we'll be up for another sprint. Wonder how everybody's legs are feeling. We'll see when we get into this sprint. Noah's going to lead this one out by the looks of it. Blake's behind him. And there's the bell. Noah kicks first. Blake follows him. Alex is up the back of Blake. Rowan's coming for him, but now Noah's putting some pressure on the pedals. He's out the saddle down the back straight, trying to keep that pace up. Blake's right up the back of his wheel. Alex is behind Blake. Blake's trying to push up over Noah. He's coming along the straight, and he gets over Noah. Blake takes that one, followed by Noah, followed by Alex, and then Rowan. So you got Noah, Alex, and Blake out the front. There's a bit of a gap to Rowan, then a bit of a gap to a group of Liam, Cam, and Bernie. So the three at the front there, they just got to get themselves organised and start working. Rowan's working really hard to try and get across to him. So Noah swings up. Blake comes through, pushing on those pedals. He's slowly closing that gap, but it's taken him a while to get there. Liam and Cam are working really hard to try and get across as well. Alex is on the front now. He's got Noah and Blake behind him, and they've got a decent tempo travelling now. Rowan's still just off the back of him, trying to get across that gap, but he can't quite get there. Everyone's starting to feel the fatigue now. Alex is on the front, Blake and Noah. Rowan's there now with Blake. Alex swings up, Blake swings up, Noah and Rowan swings up. Alex drops back down. Bernie and Liam are coming after him. Those four at the front aren't quite working anymore. They're really feeling the fatigue of the racing they've had today. And I think Liam is going to ride his way back into this bike race. The pace has really come out of the front at the moment. They're all feeling it, and sure enough, Liam Walsh, he rejoins. Bernie's not too far behind him. I think he'll get there as well. Cam's really feeling it now. He's way out the back at the moment. He's just going to have to swing up, have some recovery and drop back in when he gets a chance. 25 laps to go now, so we're in the last quarter of this bike race. Blake's leading it with Noah in second, Rowan in third, Alex in fourth, Liam in fifth. So Rowan's going for it again. Blake's covering him. Alex is dropping in. Noah's pushing across. He's got Keeley on his wheel. Rowan swings up. Blake swings up. Alex keeps pushing the pace. Rowan drops down. Blake drops down. Bit of a gap to Liam, but he's going to push his way across this gap and rejoin them, I think. Bit of a gap there between Alex and Rowan. Alex goes up. The field follows him up, and they all form up to the top of the track. Not too long now till they get the next sprint either. So they're all at the top. They're all just looking around. They're having a look at the lap counter, realise where they're at with it, and they're going to get ready for the next sprint. Alex just pushing forward a little bit under Bernie. He's gone down to the bottom off the bank. He has a look over the shoulder and has another look over the shoulder. No one really moving yet. Then Alex kicks, Blake kicks, Noah kicks, Rowan kicks. Liam's there at the back at the moment. He's tucked nice and narrow. Bit of a gap between Alex and Blake, but Blake's really starting to ramp up that gear, and he finishes really fast down the end of this straight. Blake and Rowan roll over the top of Alex there, and then Noah's just behind them. So Rowan's gone for it now. He's just dove down underneath and he's going. He's decided we're in the back end of this thing. I'm going to give this a nudge and see what I can do. So he's got a bit of a gap there. Noah's going after him. Blake's going after him. There's a bit of a gap to Alex and Liam at the moment. If he happened to launch it just the wrong time, there'd be someone there that is just inside wishing he would stop. They're all starting to come back together now, though. So that front five are back together again. Cam's just a little bit off the back of them right now. And the pace is dialed right out of this one now. They're just in recovery mode. 18 laps to go, so not too much left in this. Two more opportunities for points. Blake Quick still leading, followed by Noah, followed by Rowan, followed by Alex, then Liam. Not a hell of a lot between some of those riders out there on points, but especially when the final sprint offers double points. They're all up the top of the track again, looking at each other, and now they duck down to the bottom. Bernie's decided he's going to put a bit of pace on it. There, he's got a little bit of a gap. They're all trying to bridge across to him. He swings up. Noah has a look over the shoulder and just puts a bit more pressure on the pedals. He swings up. Keeley swings up. Alex rolls through. Alex swings up. The pace just comes out of it again for a minute. 4 laps to the next sprint now. They're just trying to recover and get to that one ready to go. Ella Liang, when did you get up here? Bernie on the front again. He gives the elbow a flick and he swings up. I'd imagine they're all in a world of hurt at the moment. Not too long to that next sprint now. They're really close. Alex is on the front, followed by Rowan, then Cam, then Bernie, then Keely, then Blake. Noah and Liam bringing up the back end of that bunch right now. Coming up for a lap to go till we have the next sprint. Bernie on the front pushing the pace, followed by Keely. Keely swings straight up. Blake has a look over the shoulder. He has a look over the shoulder the other way. I don't think he's going to swing up. I think he's going to lead this one. Bit of movement around the outside. There goes Alex moving up. Blake sees it. He gets out the saddle. He starts winding the gear. He's just going to hold Alex on the hip. Alex is sitting on his hip right now. Noah's coming around the outside of Alex. Rowan's right behind him. Blake back out the saddle again, and Blake starts really pushing it. Alex and Noah and Rowan don't have the legs to come over the top of Blake, so Blake gets that one, followed by Alex, followed by Rowan, then Noah. Bit of a gap back to Liam again, and Cam there, and they're all spread out across the track, and Liam's going to ride himself back into this one now. And he latches onto the back. There's a lot of them are starting to rock the shoulders now when they put the pedals down. They're really starting to feel this race. Noah's off the front again. He swings up. They all kind of swing up and back it off a little bit. Liam comes over the top of Alex, but he drops down in that aero position. It's less than 10 laps to go, and Liam's decided he's going to go for it. And he's launched out of there like a rocket. He's got a decent gap. No one really responding to this at the moment. They're really fatigued at this point. I don't know if they really want to respond to it, but double points are on the line here. So if they can't get Liam, he potentially can just jump up 10 points in the rankings. So Liam's just head down and going for it, and the riders behind, they're kind of starting to chase him, but you can see the legs are tired. They're trying to convince their legs that they want to do that much work to try and pull Liam back at this point. And Liam's got about half a lap on them at the moment. There's 5 laps to go. In fact, that's more than half a lap now. He's got more than half a lap on him. He's looking over his shoulder. He's seeing where everyone else is. Noah and Alex have come to the front, and they're trying to chase. There's a bit of a gap between Alex and Cam, back to Blake and Rowan and Noah. But yeah, still half a lap, a bit over half a lap to Liam to the next rider. So Alex has got a gap to the rest of the field at the moment, and he's trying to chase after Liam, but there's only 3 laps to go. That's a gap too far. Hopefully he can stay ahead of the rest of the field, and claim some points as well. But as Noah swings up, Blake starts to really put the hammer down, coming for Alex, and he swings up. Rowan drops his head down and just tries to get on with it. The gap between Rowan and Alex is actually coming down a little bit now. They're all starting to stretch out. Liam's starting to fade a little bit, but he's got enough of a gap that I don't think that's going to be the end of the world for him. He's going to come around now and get the bell. So Liam will get the bell now. Alex has got just less than half a lap till he gets the bell. And then Rowan and Blake and Noah are coming, and they're starting to come really fast for Alex. Alex is going to have to dig deep if he wants to hang on to some points here. He's now in the same straight as Blake, but he's not Liam, sorry, but Liam's not going to get caught. Blake and Noah and Rowan are coming at Alex really fast. Alex is going to fight really hard here, and Rowan just rolls over him for that second place. So it was Liam winning the final points there, followed by Rowan, followed by Alex, followed by Noah, I believe. So we'll see how much that final result there changes the points on the leaderboard. We'll just wait for those results and we'll see. So everyone rolling around the duck board there looks fairly gassed. So 10 for Liam, 6 for Rowan, 4 for Alex. So then the overall results, Blake Quick in first, Rowan Hayden Smith in second, Alex Hughes in third, Noel Blennon in fourth, Liam Walsh in fifth, Cam in sixth, Bernie in seventh, Keely in eighth. But having those positions jostled around throughout that race. Like, they've really jostled around third, fourth, second, third, fourth. So goes to show how much can change over the one points race. And that was the final race of the day and the final championship race for the day.
is also a micro, yeah?
Yes, that's a micro. Micro. Yeah. That looks like a. Yeah, no, it is a micro. Some of them are
Because
just
if you've
fat.
got it on here, it's the big one.
Yeah, it's the HD might be, but it's in the actual.
And then the power, battery. Yeah, okay.
Because that's an old one that we got. But it actually is quite reasonable.
It's like, for these things, like when
For
you
that,
need
when
those
you're
extra
static.
things and you're just looking for like a static
And
picture.
you don't want anyone touching it. And that will you can tie in
If you
with.
like, you put this and you look down like the finishing straight of the, something like that. I think it does its job. Like it's just another,
Yeah, I reckon it's
another
perfect.
thing.
Well, it just gives you that. He passes you, I'll put it down for you.
I'll just stick him in the corner
Yeah.
and he can sit here until tomorrow.
Taking that off there.
Best thing ever, yeah.
My grandma dad comes in and goes, "That one's like this big."
Hey Steve, how you going, mate?
I did it in Perth as well.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
I was like, oh, they're all taped down now. That's it.
Yeah, and now it's so much easier, but yeah, here's how you don't need to do it.
Okay, so just so you know, both your feet are
Yeah.
that's perfect. We left all this on that. So the only thing that I have to do is
I
pull
just
this
bring
in.
that in, I can go sideways, turn this up here, and that's why that. And then I'm not doing, so when I do,
All right, now we're moving on to our presentations. Can the under 15 women make their way over to Bear and Olivia? Under 15 women. Winner of the bronze medal from Hamilton Wheelers Cycling Club, Georgia Dowling. Winner of the silver medal from Gold Coast Cycling Club, Adele Dixon. Winner of the gold medal and state champion, Winter Bradshaw. Give them a round of applause. Under 15 men, please make your way to Bear. Winner of the bronze medal from Balmoral Cycling Club, Patrick Richardson. Winner of the silver medal from Balmoral Cycling Club, Felix Henderson. Winner of the gold medal and state champion from Ipswich Cycling Club, Ethan Lee. All under 17 women, make your way to Bear.
they weren't on those. They didn't put them on today.
All under 17 women, make your way over to Bear. Ava, Hannah, Elise and Maddie. Winner of the bronze medal from Balmoral Cycling Club, Elise Vaughan. Winner of the silver medal from the Hamilton Wheelers Cycling Club, Hannah Walters. Winner of the gold medal and state champion from Balmoral Cycling Club, Ava Robbins. Under 17 men, make your way over to Bear, please. Winner of the bronze medal from Bundaberg Cycling Club, Cruz Kemps. Winner of the silver medal from the Balmoral Cycling Club, Oliver Jordan. Winner of the gold medal and state champion from Gold Coast Cycling Club, Riley Dixon. Under 19 women, make your way over to Bear Liang, please. Winner of the bronze medal from Hamilton Wheelers Cycling Club, Grace Hunter. Winner of the silver medal from Balmoral Cycling Club, Women's Cycling Development Initiative, Bella Potts. Winner of the gold medal and state champion from Balmoral Cycling Club, Sienna Monteith. Under 19 men, make your way over to Bear Liang. Winner of the bronze medal from the Balmoral Cycling Club, Zach Douglas Savage. Winner of the silver medal from UQ Cycling Club, Sam Hilditch. Winner of the gold medal and state champion from the Hamilton Wheelers Cycling Club, Lachlan Walters. Elite women, please make your way over to Bear Liang. That's Jackie Mengler Moore, Madison Taylor and Megan Russell. Please make your way to Bear Liang. Winner of the bronze medal from the Balmoral Cycling Club, Jackie Mengler-Moore. Winner of the silver medal from the Balmoral Cycling Club Women's Development Cycling Initiative, Madison Taylor. Winner of the gold medal and state champion from Darling Downs and member of the Women's Cycling Development Initiative team, Megan Russell. Elite men, please make your way over to Burley Yang. Blake, Rowan and Alex. Winner of the bronze medal from the Gold Coast Cycling Club, Alex Hughes. Winner of the silver medal from the Balmoral Cycling Club, Rowan Hayden Smith. Winner of the gold medal and state champion from the Balmoral Cycling Club, Blake Quick. And that concludes today's events. Thank you for coming, everyone. See you back here in the morning. 8 o'clock warm up, 9 o'clock for racing. Thank you.